Chapter 242. Jiang Wu, do you have an appointment? As soon as he entered Fragrance Pavilion, a pretty good-looking attendant smiled as she spoke. Yes, someone has an appointment, and it's a beauty. Please take me to Jiang Wu's room. Lin Ling grinned, and his smile caused the attendant to be slightly stunned while her face turned slightly red. Guest, please come with me. The attendant walked gracefully and led Lin Ling forward. It wasn't long before they arrived at Jiang Wu's room. Lin Ling thanked her before he pushed open the door and entered. He was quite curious in his heart. I wonder what the four great beauties of Ocean of Cloud City look like. The room was filled with an ancient fragrance, and the glow of the setting sun shone through the window, causing the room to be covered in a dazzling golden glow. Moreover, a cool breeze blew by, and it carried the fragrance that was unique to women. A woman in red clothes was sitting silently by the window. She wasn't very old, and she had jet black hair that flowed down like a waterfall. Her figure was graceful, and the dress she wore was quite revealing. Her slender and snow-white legs were faintly discernible beneath the practically translucent gauze of her dress, her fair arms and flat stomach were exposed, and her chest was covered by a wisp of gauze. It was an extremely tempting sight. She held a wine cup in her hand while she smiled as she gazed at Lin Ling. She's so seductive. Lin Ling was dazed for a short moment. It wasn't that he was lustful, and it was because she was extremely dazzling to the point he had the impulse to press her down on the bed. Commander Lin, you're finally here. Jiang Wu noticed that Lin Ling was stunned. She opened her mouth slightly, and her voice that was clear and melodious like a bell resounded. However, it carried a strange charm as well. It seemed like her voice was like an invisible hand that stroked Lin Ling's entire body and made him feel relaxed. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and then he recovered his usual appearance and revealed a smile. He was secretly surprised. With his current knowledge, he could be considered to have seen many beautiful women. However, there were only two people he knew who had the qualifications to be this devastatingly beautiful woman. One was Yu Man Yun, and the other was An Yuer. However, the temperaments of the three women were different. Yu Man Yun gave off the feeling of a well-educated and well-mannered young lady. An Yuer was like a celestial maiden from the heavens. She was otherworldly and indifferent. As for the woman in front of him, she was charming and enchanting. Of course, Qin Xiaolan and Yu Yu weren't bad either. It was just that most of them were pretty girls from humble families. Sorry, I'm late. Lin Ling sat down on a chair. Although the woman was very beautiful, he was more curious about why this demoness was looking for him. Jiang Wu sat down in front of Lin Ling. She waved her jade-like hand and poured wine for Lin Ling. Hee, it's nothing. I've heard of Commander Lin Ling's heroic name for a long time, and I've always admired you. Now that I've seen you today, you're truly a young hero. Moreover, Commander Lin is even younger than I thought. You're definitely not more than 20 years old this year. Jiang Wu said as she poured wine. Her body leaned forward, revealing her snowy white cleavage. Her deep cleavage attracted Lin Ling's gaze. She really was a demoness. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He smiled and said, I'm 18 years old this year. Jiang Wu's beautiful eyes lit up even more. The young man in front of her was very famous. He was young, and his handsome temperament was quite attractive to her. Your Excellency, you didn't invite me here just to drink wine. After waiting quietly for a moment, Lin Ling said meaningfully. Hee, could it be that apart from drinking wine, Commander Lin doesn't have any other thoughts? Jiang Wu suddenly smiled seductively. Her slender jade-like leg brushed against Lin Ling's leg. Her red shell armor was practically enough to make any male animal unable to restrain their lust. Lin Ling's heart also thumped, and his lower abdomen was burning. However, the more this was the case, the more serious his heart became. I'm very sorry, I don't. Lin Ling recovered his composure and took a sip of wine calmly. Oh. Jiang Wu revealed a disappointed expression. However, she didn't dwell on this topic. Instead, she said, I've heard that Commander Lin is multi-talented and is even skilled in the zither. How about Commander Lin play a song and I dance? This woman was still hiding something. Lin Ling became even more wary of Jiang Wu. The more she tried to hide her intentions, the more scheming she was. Sure. Lin Ling didn't refuse. He took out his wooden guitar and signaled to Jiang Wu with his eyes. Then, he began to play. At first, Jiang Wu was only listening. She was secretly surprised by Lin Ling's zither skills. After listening once, her body began to dance. Her talent wasn't weak either. She could dance after listening to music a few times. And her seductive body attracted even more attention as she danced. Even Lin Ling secretly clicked his tongue. He decided in his heart that when he returned home one day, he would definitely teach Qin Xiaolan how to dance. A beautiful girl's dance was actually so attractive. The strange atmosphere continued to spread, and the entire private room became abnormally erotic. However, at this moment, a soft and delicate hand reached over like a snake. It moved along Lin Ling's back and slowly moved toward his chest. Lin Ling, I like you so much. Yes. At the same time, a fragrant voice sounded in his ears. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. What was this Jiang Wu trying to do? While he was still in shock, a pair of slender legs appeared in front of Lin Ling. Those legs lightly stepped on the table. Her delicate skin exuded boundless charm. Lin Ling frowned. He looked up and saw that Jiang Wu had taken off her clothes at some point. What was revealed was a body that could make any male animal lose their mind. At this moment, Lin Ling felt his lower abdomen burning. He had the urge to press her down and whip her. However, just as this feeling rose, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Jiang Wu was seducing him. Also, the fragrance in this room was a bit strange. His soul force was extremely powerful. He immediately felt that something was wrong. This made Lin Ling sober up. This was not the previous world. If there was a beautiful woman seducing him in the previous world, he wouldn't be Lin Ling if he didn't take advantage of her. However, in this world, the weak were prey to the strong. The slightest bit of carelessness could cost him his life. Therefore, the more benefits were delivered to him, the greater the hidden danger. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling felt a strange force swimming in his dantian. It was swimming toward his spirit chi seed. That force seemed to want to seal his spirit chi seed. It was the wine. The wine must have been poisoned. One could imagine that in a place like the inner city, if one didn't have strength, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Ling's heart turned cold. The flames in his body surged toward the mysterious force. A moment later, he felt that the poison had been burned away. He then pondered. What was this woman's intention? There was no enmity between them. Why did she want to harm him? He looked up at Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu was like a snake wrapped around Lin Ling, exuding the charm of a woman. Perhaps Jiang Wu still thought that Lin Ling had been seduced by her and had lost his mind. Lin Ling sneered in his heart. He wanted to see what this woman's goal was. Therefore, he beat her at her own game and stretched out his right hand. Chapter 243. Beat a trick at its own game. Lin Ling, you're so bad. You're hurting me. Jiang Wu whispered into Lin Ling's ear. Hee, I can be even worse. Little demoness, I'm afraid not many men can resist your body. Lin Ling laughed evilly, pretending to be tempted by Jiang Wu. Oh, then I'm looking forward to it. Jiang Wu's voice was filled with temptation. Then give it a try. Lin Ling's entire body was pressed against Jiang Wu's body. His firm chest muscles pressed against Jiang Wu's chest until it was deformed. Jiang Wu's slender legs were also wrapped around Lin Ling's waist. The two of them were in an extremely ambiguous position. If it was any other man, they would have already lost their patience. Jiang Wu was waiting for this moment. She said in a low voice, Lin Ling, the second prince is incompetent. Why don't you come with me? Alright, as long as you help me, I'll follow anyone. Lin Ling couldn't wait any longer. Really? That's great. If Lin Ling follows me, then I'll be Lin Ling's woman. You can have him whenever you want. Jiang Wu revealed a charming smile. Lin Ling breathed heavily, his eyes blurred as he nodded. Lin Ling, do you know who's behind me? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Oh, then let me tell you. Behind me is His Majesty the Third Prince, Yun Yifan. As long as you follow him, you will definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. After talking for a while, Jiang Wu thought that Lin Ling was attracted to her, so she told him her purpose. She wanted Lin Ling to follow the third prince from now on. Lin Ling's expression gradually returned to normal. I was wondering who it was. So it's His Majesty the Third Prince. He really thinks highly of me. In order to make me follow him, he actually used a beauty trap. Moreover, it's a devastatingly beautiful woman. After he finished speaking, he stood up and looked at Jiang Wu with a gaze filled with disgust. It was completely different from before. You? Jiang Wu was shocked. She didn't expect Lin Ling to wake up. However, she was indeed a social butterfly. She still sweetly said, His Majesty the Third Prince is full of praise for Commander Lin. Since Commander Lin knows this servant's purpose, then please agree to this servant's request. This servant is very hot right now. As long as you agree, this servant is yours. Lin Ling sneered and pushed Jiang Wu away with a wave of his right hand. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in the third prince. As for you, it seems like this isn't the first time you've done this kind of thing. I'm even less interested in such a filthy woman. That's all I have to say. Goodbye. His attitude had undergone a 180-degree change, causing Jiang Wu's beautiful eyes to narrow. This young man was very calm. However, the young man's words made her furious, as if she had been insulted. To be honest, this young man had unlimited potential despite his young age. On top of that, he was extraordinarily handsome. She was a little moved, but the young man thought she was dirty. Jiang Wu picked up the wine on the table and took a sip. Do you think you can leave? Leave? It seems like you've got me. Unfortunately, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Lin Ling sneered. Is that so? Then I'll tell you. Today, you only have one choice, and that is to join the third prince's camp. Otherwise, you'll die. Jiang Wu's face turned cold. I'm sorry, but I refuse. Lin Ling didn't even look at her. He turned around and left. At the same time, he said, seeing that you're a woman, I'll forgive you for what happened today. But there won't be a next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling disappeared from the private room. How is that possible? After being poisoned by the 7 charm powder, he should be completely powerless right now. But looking at him, he's full of energy. It doesn't look like he's been poisoned by the 7 charm powder. Jiang Wu's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, she recalled what happened. Her charming face suddenly became ferocious. Lin Ling had seen through her trick long ago. He had been playing along because he wanted to know the person behind her. She, Jiang Wu, had been fooled and even taken advantage of by Lin Ling. Thinking of this, Jiang Wu's beautiful eyes revealed a murderous intent. No man had ever been able to escape her temptation. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. How could that young man refuse her? So, that young man must die. Wu Gang, don't you like me very much? Kill someone for me, and I'll accompany you tonight. Young Master Luo Xia, I'm being bullied. It's Lin Ling. You have to stand up for me. Brother Jiang, can you kill someone for me? As long as it's done, I'll be yours. Jiang Wu took out the mother and child bugs and transmitted them one by one. They all agreed. These people came from ancient families and had extraordinary backgrounds. However, they were all very attached to Jiang Wu. So, after hearing Jiang Wu's words, they all moved out. Jiang Wu smiled coldly. She walked to the window with a wine glass and watched the setting sun. Her eyes were cold. Lin Ling, you'll regret this. You've offended me. You won't be able to survive in the inner city. She could imagine Lin Ling's regretful gaze. As for the negative reactions that would come from killing Lin Ling, she wasn't afraid. After all, she didn't kill him. Moreover, her backer was the third prince. Who would dare to provoke her? At this moment, Lin Ling was strolling on the street. Thinking of what happened earlier, he frowned. If Jiang Wu wasn't a woman and young, Lin Ling would have killed her. Because Jiang Wu used poison to frame him. If he didn't react in time, his life would have been in her hands. Lin Ling wouldn't let anyone who dared to attack him go. However, he wouldn't kill the innocent. Moreover, Jiang Wu was a woman, so he gave her a chance. At least, he didn't want her to provoke him anymore. Not long after he walked down the street, a figure suddenly blocked Lin Ling's path. Are you Lin Ling? It was a man in his 30s. He was wearing a luxurious brocade robe and seemed to have a powerful background. That's me. Lin Ling frowned and replied indifferently. That's right. Hand over your life. Tonight, I'll return with a beauty in my arms. The man seemed to be quite happy. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. What was this? He blocked him for no reason and then wanted him to hand over his life? He couldn't help but ask indifferently, are you drunk? Didn't you hear me? Or do you want me to do it myself? I'm a member of the ancient Ouyang clan. The man seemed to be dissatisfied with Lin Ling's unwillingness to cooperate. Lin Ling had the urge to laugh. A member of an ancient Ouyang clan? Was he that great? He wanted someone's life with just a sentence. Wasn't he too full of himself? I have no enmity with you, but you want to kill me. It seems like you were entrusted by someone. Since that's the case, you don't have to do it yourself. I'll do it myself. I also want to see how great the Ouyang clan is. Chapter 244. Killing in all directions. Swoosh. Swinging his sword, a blue sword light slashed towards the man. How dare you! The man didn't expect Lin Ling to make a move, so he couldn't help but shout. Unfortunately, what answered him was a sword light that separated his head from his body. Lin Ling walked forward step by step, reached out his right hand, and absorbed the spiritual energy seed from the man's body. He then raised his head and looked towards a dark corner of the street, saying, You've been watching for so long, it's time for you to show yourself. Because Lin Ling had killed the man, there was no one on the street. Therefore, after Lin Ling spoke, a young man in blue clothes walked out from a dark corner of the street. What a good nose. You're worthy of being the second most outstanding genius. However, it's just an empty title that I don't care about. What makes me satisfied is that you killed Ouyang Yun for me, so I have one less love rival. Yes. After the young man walked out, he smiled faintly. Oh, someone asked you to kill me again. However, you're only at the early stage of the Earth Spirit realm. I don't know where you get your confidence from. Lin Ling looked at the young man from the corner of his eyes. My world isn't something you can understand. There are countless ancient families in the inner city. Many things can't be judged by appearances. Many things are more complicated than you think. The young man's face was filled with contempt. Lin Ling smiled coldly, so what? AI, talking to someone like you is like playing the lute to a cow. Forget it, I'll just kill you. The dancer is already waiting for me. The young man sighed and shook his head. He waved his right hand and took out a long spear. A powerful aura spread out. I don't understand your world, but I understand your life. Lin Ling also shook his head and slashed out with the Brilliance Resurgence sword in his hand. Swoosh! Blue flames exploded and slashed towards the young man. Perhaps the young man's background was extraordinary, and his strength was unfathomable. However, as long as he was at the early stage of the Earth Spirit realm, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. As the blue flame sword light passed, the young man raised his spear. In the next moment, his pupils constricted as he said in disbelief, "This is the concept of fire." Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, his head was chopped off. His eyes were still wide open. Clearly, he did not expect to die here. Moreover, the second-ranked genius was much stronger than he had imagined. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and sucked the spirit seed from the young man's body. Then, he raised his head and looked to the other side. His eyes turned cold. Jiang Wu. His voice became low as he turned around and walked towards Fragrance House. He had already let Jiang Wu go once, but he didn't expect that Jiang Wu was unwilling to give up and wanted to kill him. A person could make a mistake once, but not a second time. And as Lin Ling continued onwards, a large number of people also chased after him. Jiang Wu was the third-ranked elite genius, but her strength seemed to lie in her ability to summon men. From this, one could see how many men's hearts were captured by this fickle woman. "You are Lin Ling? I heard that you're trying to do something to a dancer. Good, you've got guts. You even dare to have ideas about a dancer. Today, your life is going to end here." There were both young and old experts, and they all came from the ancient families of the inner city. Each and every one of them was determined to kill Lin Ling. "Talking nonsense with people like you is a waste of my saliva." Lin Ling's voice was extremely cold. Holding his sword, he strode forward. These bastards whose brains were only filled with lust, the best way to deal with them was to kill them with a single strike. Whoosh! Everywhere he passed, blood flowed like a river. At first, there was only one, then there were 10, and then there were more than 30 people who had died under Lin Ling's sword. No one dared to approach Lin Ling anymore. Everyone was tongue-tied, and their hearts were filled with shock. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. What a domineering young man. He killed more than 30 people, and most of them were from ancient families. He has offended many ancient families in the inner city. Many people were watching from afar. This matter had already startled many people. No one would have thought that on this night, the number 2 genius, Lin Ling, would kill so many people. However, although many people were gloating, no one dared to stop Lin Ling. Moreover, they were curious as to where Lin Ling was going with his sword. At this moment, the lakeside of Fragrance House was already filled with people, and it was bustling with noise. Jiang Wu was still sitting by the window, drinking wine like a beauty under the moonlight. Her soft hands played with the wine cup, and her Hongyan fingers emitted an alluring light under the moonlight. Why are there so many people? More and more people gathered by the lakeside, and they seemed to be walking towards Fragrance House. This made Jiang Wu a little suspicious. Her beautiful eyes looked carefully, and her expression instantly changed. She saw a young man walking along the lakeside step by step. The young man's face was indifferent, and he was holding a sword that was still dripping with blood. Behind the young man was a large number of people, but no one dared to approach him. "It's Lin Ling." Jiang Wu's beautiful eyes narrowed. She didn't think that she would send so many people to kill Lin Ling, and in the end, none of them would succeed. And why was Lin Ling walking here? "Commander Lin, why have you come to Fragrance House so late at night? I wonder what business you have with me." Jiang Wu was indeed a social butterfly. Even though she was surprised, she still revealed a charming smile. This smile made many men in the distance secretly gulp. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. In his eyes, this woman had the heart of a snake and scorpion. "I'm here for you," Lin Ling coldly replied. "You're so naughty, but I'm also unable to sleep. Commander Lin, come on up." Jiang Wu smiled. She leaned against the windowsill, and even hung her slender legs on the windowsill. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was still indifferent. He coldly spat out 2 words, "I'll kill you." He had already revealed his background, and he only had one goal, and that was to kill Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu's expression kept changing, but when she saw that Lin Ling wasn't joking, her expression became serious. You want to kill me? I'm afraid it won't be as easy as you think. Whoever kills Lin Ling for me, I'll accompany him tonight. Her clear and melodious voice was filled with endless charm, causing all the men in the distance to gulp. Whoosh! Lin Ling didn't even look behind him. He slashed out with his sword, and the sword formed by the 7 heavenly flames sliced through everything in its path. Several men who only had lust in their minds were split in half. Whoever dares to save her, I'll kill them. Lin Ling's voice was extremely cold. The people around him didn't dare to speak. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. This young man was too cold, and the killing intent in his eyes made them not dare to look at him. Although beauty was before them, their lives were obviously more important. A bunch of trash. Jiang Wu was furious when she saw that the men who were usually toyed with by her didn't dare to move. She stared at Lin Ling, who was getting closer and closer, and said indifferently, "You dare to kill me? Have you not thought about my background? My backer isn't someone you can mess with. If you kill me, you'll die too. Is that so? Then I'd like to see how strong your backer is." Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the charming woman upstairs. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. He leaped up and stood on the windowsill. "I've already spared you once, but you don't know how to cherish it and still provoke me. Then leave your life behind." Chapter 245. Chapter 245. The Martial Arts Champion. If you dare to touch her, you will die tonight. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. A man walked over with large strides. He was like a giant, causing the lake water to ripple. "Brother Wu, save me. He wants to take liberties with me, but I would rather die than submit." Seeing the man walk over, Jiang Wu immediately revealed a lovely and charming appearance, and even falsely accused Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at Jiang Wu with disgust. He thought in his heart. They were all women, but why were Yu Munyun and the others so kind, while this Jiang Wu was so cold and hypocritical? "Do you think he can save you?" Lin Ling said coldly. "Humph, do you know who he is? He is the martial arts champion Wu Gang. You are no match for him. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you obediently beg for mercy now, I may spare your life." Jiang Wu's voice was extremely sharp. She seemed to have something to rely on. "I'm sorry. No matter who comes today, I will kill you." Lin Ling's eyes were full of mockery, but he didn't kill Jiang Wu. Instead, he jumped down and landed in the lake far away, quietly waiting for the martial scholar to arrive. In his heart, Jiang Wu was already a dead person. However, Jiang Wu thought that once the martial champion arrived, she, Jiang Wu, would be able to control everything. Unfortunately, Lin Ling would definitely disappoint her. "Martial scholar, the #1 genius in the world, I didn't expect you to be a guy who is obsessed with women. Since you want to save that woman, then defeat me. If you lose, then Jiang Wu will die." A cold voice rang out, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the lake. Everyone by the lake was shocked. Lin Ling wanted to challenge the martial arts champion. Where did his confidence come from? The martial scholar was the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and had the strength of the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. Even the prodigies of the older generation were not his match. He was even slightly famous in the Stone Saint Kingdom and the Snake Swamp Kingdom. And Lin Ling had only risen recently. He had just defeated the #2 genius, but now he dared to challenge the #1 genius. Such courage was simply unprecedented in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. A tall and sturdy man stood quietly by the side of the lake. His gaze was fixed on the young man waiting for him in the lake. His eyes were burning with rage. He, the martial scholar Wu Gang, was the #1 genius amongst all the geniuses. Originally, he thought that after he made an appearance, the young man would respectfully salute him and immediately not dare say anything. In the end, the young man didn't give him any face at all and even took the initiative to issue a challenge. You are very ignorant. After a moment of silence, Wu Gang's cold voice sounded. Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake, and those ripples were transmitted to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he looked up. This was the first time he had seen the top martial scholar. The man was about 20 years old. He was tall and sturdy, had a square face, and his long hair was tied behind his head. He looked very energetic, and the man's eyes were very calm, as if nothing in the world would shake him. Perhaps, with his status as the martial champion, there weren't many things in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom that could move his heart. If there was anything, it would only be beauties. This was a domineering and arrogant fellow. Lin Ling sneered, no matter how ignorant I am, I can't be compared to you. You are standing up for someone, but you don't even know your objective. You are all brawn and no brains. This title of martial scholar is truly disappointing. You are just an ant. You might have defeated Yi Tianchen, but to me, Yi Tianchen is someone I can defeat in 3 moves. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? Wu Gang looked coldly at Lin Ling. Brother Wu, quickly kill him. Jiang Wu's voice echoed from the top of the fragrance inn. It's just a small matter. Wu Gang nodded and took a big step forward. He stepped on the surface of the lake and walked towards Lin Ling. There were ripples on the calm surface of the lake. 2 figures stood quietly in the middle of the lake and looked at each other. There was a large number of people around the lake. This matter had already spread out in the inner city, and all the major factions had sent people to observe. After all, this was a battle between the number 1 and number 2 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. For a woman, this Wu Gang is really useless. Duan Wang Residence's people were also at the lakeside. That may not be the case. Experts will always protect what they love. Wu Gang has this strength. On the other hand, Lin Ling is overestimating himself. He has just arrived in the inner city, and he dares to challenge Wu Gang. He is simply courting death. Wang Haiwang's people objected. I think so too. This Lin Ling is still young and is only at the early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. He dares to challenge someone at the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm with such strength. He doesn't know his limits. However, it's better for young people to not suffer a little. Otherwise, they will never know that there are stronger people out there. The people from the other factions stood aside and watched the show. The 2 people in the middle of the lake didn't care about the discussions around them. They still looked at each other calmly, and an oppressive atmosphere spread out. Back then, I gave Yi Tianchen 3 moves to defeat him. Now, I will give you the same chance. Looking at Lin Ling quietly, Wu Gang said coldly. His eyes were full of arrogance, and he didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes at all. He had participated in the genius competition in the cloud domain and had seen stronger geniuses. Therefore, after returning to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he didn't put any geniuses in his eyes. As long as the geniuses were ranked lower than him, no matter how they competed, he would regard it as a small matter. He had always been sitting on the throne of number 1. The geniuses of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the geniuses of the cloud domain were simply worlds apart. 3 moves. Hearing Wu Gang's voice, the surrounding people nodded secretly. They weren't surprised by Wu Gang's arrogance. Wu Gang had the right to be arrogant. Give me a move, or you will fail miserably. Lin Ling slowly pulled out his sword. You can't make me fail miserably. Wu Gang said indifferently. Lin Ling didn't bother to say anything else. Strength proved everything. Wu Gang's cultivation level might be higher than him, but his innate talent was stronger. Furthermore, he had grasped 2 types of fire concepts. Therefore, Lin Ling had some confidence in his heart. The concept wasn't something that anyone could grasp. If it wasn't for the artifacts left behind by the ancestors of the Fire Ancient Clan and Lin Ling's mysterious eyes, Lin Ling would probably need a few more decades to grasp the concept of fire. First move. Blue flames appeared on the resurgent sword. With popping sounds, the entire sword turned into a sword of blue flames. As the flames on the sword grew more vigorous, Lin Ling slashed. After grasping the concept of fire, any move would be fancy. A simple and unadorned slash would return to its original state and be even more powerful. This was the Tao of heaven and earth. The simpler something was, the better it was. Rumble. The blue sword light slashed out, causing the entire lake to explode. The water shot up into the sky. In the rain like water, Wu Gang stood proudly. You have some ability, but that's all. Indestructible rock body. Pa. 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 His entire body emitted a metallic sound. His arms and legs suddenly turned pitch black, just like pieces of shiny obsidian. This was Wu Gang's innate talent, the indestructible rock ancient body. This talent was in the 8th grade category and was extremely powerful. Chapter 246. Immortal Body Show. Wu Gang punched out. His entire black arm was like the hardest gemstone in the world. Then, with a boom, the blue sword light exploded. The blue flames exploded all around Wu Gang's body like fireworks. If it were any other martial artist, they would have been injured. However, Wu Gang was unharmed. He didn't even bother to defend himself. What a powerful martial art. The surrounding people stared. Wu Gang seemed to be invincible. Your strength is not bad. No wonder you're so arrogant. Lin Ling's eyes shone. Wu Gang was his strongest opponent so far. He had never encountered someone who could destroy his sword light with a single punch. However, that was all. There are still 2 moves left. You have to cherish them. In the distance, Wu Gang waved his black fist. The corner of his mouth raised into a contemptuous smile. Lin Ling didn't care about his pride. He raised the sword in his hand. The blue flames quietly changed into a dazzling flame. The entire Brilliance Resurgence sword became even hotter. In Lin Ling's words, it was a lightsaber. 7 Heavenly Flames Edge. This was one of Lin Ling's trump cards. Moreover, this 7 Heavenly Flames Edge was controlled by Lin Ling. That flame is different from the previous one. It seems like the rumors that Lin Ling has 2 innate spirit bodies are true. Looking at the dazzling sword in Lin Ling's hand, many people secretly nodded. Lin Ling had 2 innate spirit bodies. When he defeated Yi Tianchen, many people knew about it. However, some people still had a skeptical attitude. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were even more certain. Second move. The 7 Heavenly Flames Edge formed a sword light. It tore through the air and slashed towards Wu Gang. This sword wasn't as imposing as the 9 Nether Heavenly Flames. Wherever the sword light passed, it only split the lake water apart. This made Wu Gang even more disdainful. It's only the second move and you're already going downhill. I don't think you need to use the third move. Wu Gang shook his head in disappointment. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the 7 Heavenly Flames Edge was stronger than the 9 Nether Heavenly Flames. It was just that the surface of the flame wasn't as hot as the 9 Nether Heavenly Flames. However, there was nothing it couldn't cut. Xiao. The sword light appeared in front of Wu Gang. However, Wu Gang didn't even put the sword light in his eyes. Bang! However, after the first collision with the sword light, Wu Gang's face changed dramatically. The sword light was very hot, as if it was going to cut his fist open. How is this possible? Wu Gang roared in disbelief, but he couldn't stop the power of the 7 blades of skyfire. The sword light cut through everything, splitting his arm into 2, and then his body into 2. The sword was as sharp as a blade, while the fire burned everything. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Wu Gang had lost? However, under everyone's gaze, Wu Gang, who was cut in half, slightly trembled. A mysterious aura was emitted. In the next moment, it condensed again. His injured body was healed. Is this an immortal body? Everyone was shocked when they saw that the young man on the lake had recovered to his original state. They finally understood why Wu Gang was able to become the #1 genius. It was because his body was cut in half, but he was still able to recover. It was clear that he was in an immortal state. Then, who could beat him? You actually injured me. Wu Gang ignored the surprised voices in the distance. He coldly looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of killing intent. Previously, he had underestimated Lin Ling. He did not expect that move to be so powerful that it could cut through anything. One had to know that his innate spirit body was the toughest, but it was still cut through by Lin Ling's sword. You seem to be surprised. As the #1 genius, haven't you been injured before? It's really strange. You said that I couldn't hurt you in 3 moves, but you seem to be injured now. Where did your arrogance go? Looking at the angry Wu Gang, Lin Ling's mouth revealed a mocking smile. Don't be too arrogant. In the distance, Wu Gang's face was a bit ferocious. Lin Ling was mocking him in front of everyone. From the beginning until now, you have always said that I am ignorant, but now you say that I am arrogant. Hee hee, it's really funny. But if you want to talk about arrogance, it's you. I have no enmity with you, but you attacked me for a woman as if you are the emperor. Now that you are injured, you say that I am too arrogant? Lin Ling gently smiled. His laughter was filled with disdain, but since you say that I am arrogant, then I will show you how arrogant I am. In the 3rd move, if you don't die, then you win. As his words fell, Lin Ling lifted his sword. An aura that could burn the heavens and earth spread out. As the surrounding people heard Lin Ling's words, they all agreed with Lin Ling. Wu Gang was the #1 genius. After he appeared, he didn't place anyone in his eyes. It was as if he could easily kill Lin Ling. However, after being injured by Lin Ling in 1 move, he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. This caused his title as the #1 genius to be overstated. The #1 genius, if your strength was enough to obliterate everything, then you could be arrogant. If you scolded others for being ignorant, then no one would object. But if your strength was not enough to sweep through everything, then you would spout such arrogant words and be injured in the end. That was just asking for humiliation. Wu Gang's face was cold and indifferent. His self-esteem had been deeply humiliated. Let me see just how strong your 3rd move is. Bang! An ancient aura erupted from Wu Gang's body. A massive amount of stones flew towards him, causing his body to grow. Gradually, a 10-meter tall stone and metal giant appeared in the lake. Although Wu Gang was a bit too arrogant, causing him to humiliate himself, he still had a bit of strength. This martial arts has far surpassed my understanding. Many people stared at the giant on the lake and sucked in a breath of cold air. This Wu Gang's strength wasn't weak. He had an immortal body and now he even had a giant stone body. His combat strength was too terrifying. Lin Ling isn't weak either. Look at his sword. Everyone's eyes turned. As they looked at Lin Ling, their complexions changed once more. Lin Ling raised his sword high. On the blade, half of it was a blue flame and the other half was a dazzling white flame. These 2 flames constantly intertwined, swallowing and fusing together, gradually forming a new type of flame. And this flame was extremely powerful. It was like a fire seed of the heavens and earth. It was clear that these 2 types of flames both contained the concept of fire. This aura was even stronger than Wu Gang's stone giant. If Wu Gang was the stone of a mountain, then Lin Ling was the fire of the heavens and earth. Even Wu Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he didn't want to admit it, there was a sense of awe in his heart. It was as if this wasn't a sword, but a flame that could destroy the heavens and earth. Chapter 247. Admit defeat? Too late. He, Wu Gang, the #1 genius, actually wanted to retreat at this moment. That sword was too cold, and the flame on the sword was too hot. The combination of cold and heat could burn everything. Of course, it wasn't just him. Everyone else could feel that Lin Ling's aura was even stronger than Wu Gang's. The fusion of two flames was not as simple as 1 + 1. Moreover, this was the accumulation of flames from the concept of fire. Its power was difficult to estimate. Enough. At this moment, a cold shout sounded out. It seemed that someone didn't want Wu Gang to die under Lin Ling's sword, so they shouted to save him. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. The inner city is a place of order. You can't behave so atrociously. On the shore, a large number of people appeared. Their leader wore black armor and coldly looked at Lin Ling. This person was the Imperial Guard, Du Nan. At this moment, the situation seemed to become more and more chaotic. Lin Ling looked into the distance. When he saw the middle-aged man in armor, a mocking smile appeared on his face. The inner city is a place of order. But when I was being chased, there was no order at all. Sigh. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Do Nan, was responsible for maintaining order in the inner city. Therefore, Lin Ling believed that Do Nan must have known when he was being hunted down. However, Do Nan did not fulfill his responsibility as the commander of the Imperial Guards. He even deliberately ignored it. But now, Lin Ling wanted to kill the martial scholar Wu Gang, and this Imperial Guard commander saw that the situation was not good and stepped in to stop him. Did Du Nan think that Lin Ling was someone he could bully? Nonsense. Lin Ling, immediately put down your sword and obediently surrender. I will put in a few good words for you and sentence you to a misdemeanor. Sigh. In the distance, the Imperial Guard commander Du Nan's face turned ugly as he shouted again. Do you think that I, Lin Ling, am a child? You would believe such a low excuse. Du Nan, if you want to kill me, just say it. Why bother with such a shameless reason? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. His gaze became even colder. Besides, I fought with the martial champion first, so no matter who it is, they can't stop me. The Imperial Guard's commander Du Nan's face turned ferocious. Lin Ling didn't put him, the Imperial Guard's commander, in his eyes at all. This made him lose all face. Just as he was about to say something, he immediately saw Lin Ling's sword slash down. Perhaps it was better to do more than talk. A single slash would be the answer. This strike was Lin Ling's strongest strike. The blue and white sword light was dazzling, but it also carried the power of burning the heavens. Boom! Just as the sword slashed out, the entire surface of the lake exploded, and the lake water instantly evaporated. A large amount of flames appeared, and the lake turned into a sea of fire. What a terrifying flame power! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of that sword was beyond their imagination. As for Wu Gang, his eyes widened. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. At this moment, he shouted anxiously, Lin Ling, wait a minute, I admit defeat. Surrender. That sword was too sharp and too intense. If he continued to be stubborn, he might be burned to death. Admit defeat? It's too late. Surrender. Lin Ling shook his head firmly. If he lost this battle, would Wu Gang let him go? Boom! With a slash of his sword, flames soared into the sky, illuminating the entire inner city. The originally tranquil lake was now like a sea of fire. As for Wu Gang, he was howling in pain from being burned. It was a pity that the merciless flames ignored his immortal body and continued to burn him. Those flames didn't seem to come from the mortal world but from the heavens. Wu Gang's eyes gradually turned blank. Jiang Wu was in trouble, and he stood out without hesitation. He didn't even bother to ask for the reason and only wanted to gain the favor of the beauty. He even wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of everyone in exchange for the story of how he was enraged for the sake of his beauty. Who would have known that the youth he wanted to step on to become famous wasn't weak at all? Wu Gang even killed him in 3 moves. At this moment, the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the martial champion, Wu Gang, was dead. The surrounding people stayed far away. Looking at the volcano-like scene, their faces were extremely solemn. As for Do Nan, his eyes widened. He didn't expect Lin Ling to become so strong. Lin Ling's strength was almost on par with his. As for Fragrance House, it was affected by the flames and a large part of it collapsed. However, Jiang Wu was still standing in front of the window. Her beautiful eyes looked at the sea of fire in front of her in disbelief. She didn't expect that Wu Gang would lose to Lin Ling. No wonder Lin Ling didn't kill her before. It turned out that he wanted to erase her pride in front of her. He wanted to let Jiang Wu know how ridiculous it was to provoke Lin Ling again and again. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Jiang Wu. This person stood on the windowsill and looked down at Jiang Wu arrogantly. He stretched out a sword and said, "I said, no one can save you." A cold voice came from that person. Jiang Wu didn't need to raise her head to know who it was. She even had a sudden thought that she didn't dare to raise her head. She quickly put on a charming expression and said, "Lin Ling, there isn't a big misunderstanding between us. Why don't you spare me this time? I'm still young and sometimes I'm often bewitched by others. I'm innocent." She was begging for mercy. Lin Ling looked down at the beautiful woman below him, but his eyes were cold. This woman was really cheap. Even now, she still wanted to put on a charming expression. He snorted and said, "I don't care if you're innocent or not. A mistake is a mistake. You can make a mistake once in life, but you can't make a mistake twice." Lin Ling had already let Jiang Wu go once, but Jiang Wu held a grudge and ordered people to kill him. This was the second mistake, so Lin Ling couldn't let her go again. Jiang Wu's charming face was absent-minded. She wanted to kill Lin Ling because she wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful expression. But who knew that the one who was regretting now was herself? In the distance, many gazes were looking at Lin Ling. At the same time, they also looked at Jiang Wu who was on the windowsill. They naturally knew what had happened. Lin Ling must have rejected Jiang Wu, causing Jiang Wu to fly into a rage out of humiliation. She ordered people to kill Lin Ling, but she didn't expect that Lin Ling was so strong. Not only was he not afraid of being killed, he even turned around and attacked Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu must be regretting it now. She had provoked Lin Ling. This was equivalent to provoking a fiend. "You can't touch her." At this moment, an old voice sounded. Among the crowd, an old man was supported by several people and walked over step by step. "It's old Master Jiang." Looking at that person, some people who were familiar with the inner city spoke. That was the old master of the ancient Jiang family, and Jiang Wu was a member of the Jiang family. Why? Lin Ling looked at the old man indifferently. "Because she's a member of my Jiang family," the old man said as if it was a matter of course. It seemed that no matter what kind of trouble Jiang Wu caused, as long as she was a member of the Jiang family, no one was allowed to kill her. The ancient Jiang family also had a kind of illustrious reputation in the inner city. Otherwise, Jiang Wu wouldn't be able to mix with the various major forces. Just because she's a member of the Jiang family, I can't kill her? What a strange logic. But I'm sorry, I don't care where you came from. Today, I'm still going to kill her. Lin Ling sneered, then continued. Chapter 248. Kill. Get out. Lin Ling was too lazy to say more. Earlier, he gave him some face because he was an old man. However, this old man was blind and overbearing. There was no need to say more. Don't be too arrogant. The old man was enraged. Lin Ling didn't give him any face in front of everyone and humiliated him. Even the Jiang clan didn't seem to have any weight. What if it was me? At this moment, another voice sounded. Today, Jiang Wu seemed to have caused a commotion in the inner city. Many people from the major forces came out for her. For example, the leader of the Imperial Guards. He also wanted to find Lin Ling for revenge. However, he didn't even have the right to speak. From another perspective, this also showed how much face Lin Ling had. The crowd was separated, and a young man in white clothes walked forward. He had one hand behind his back, and his face was like jade. However, at this moment, his slender eyebrows were slightly furrowed, as if he was extremely unhappy with the scene in front of him. His calm face carried anger like a volcano that was about to erupt. Third Prince. Looking at the arrogant young man, everyone gasped. Then, they all knelt down on one knee. They didn't expect the third prince to make a move as well. Lin Ling's face was even bigger than they imagined. What if I ask you to let her go? The third prince, Yun Yifan, spoke softly as he stared at Lin Ling. Today's events were also out of his expectations. He didn't think Lin Ling would be so powerful. Not only did he not fall under Jiang Wu's control, he even kidnapped her. Even the martial scholar died in Lin Ling's hands. Lin Ling's growth speed was far too terrifying. Right now, he originally didn't want to come. However, he was still attached to Jiang Wu's body. Therefore, he had no choice but to come out personally. Third Prince? Lin Ling looked at Yun Yifan indifferently and sneered in his heart. Everything was caused by Yun Yifan. Yun Yifan wanted to subdue Lin Ling, but Lin Ling rejected him. Therefore, he asked Jiang Wu to kill Lin Ling. Now, this person had the nerve to come out. Kill her. Lin Ling's countenance turned ice cold. He lightly waved the sword in his hand, and a sword wound appeared on Jiang Wu's jade-white neck. After which, fresh blood flowed out. Jiang Wu's beautiful eyes widened. She clearly didn't expect that Lin Ling would really dare to kill her. She desperately wanted to speak, but this caused even more blood to flow out from the wound on her neck. She was a fickle woman. She had used her enchanting body to make countless men in the inner city grovel at her feet. She kept the useful ones and killed the useless ones. Who would have thought that today, when he wanted to control Lin Ling, he would die in exchange? He really did. The crowd was shocked and in disbelief. Lin Ling was very decisive. Lin Ling, you. Even the third prince's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his own eyes. He had personally stepped forward, but Lin Ling still didn't give him any face and continued to kill him. Moreover, he killed him in front of everyone. How dare this Lin Ling? An oppressive wind quietly spread out, and the people around suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were locked on by a powerful killing intent. When they looked carefully, they found that the strong killing intent was coming from His Majesty the Third Prince. And the killing intent was targeted at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had angered the Emperor today. Tell me, how do you want to die? The Third Prince's voice was extremely low. His killing intent was surging, and it intimidated the entire city. Numerous gazes fell upon the Third Prince, and their hearts trembled with fear. Although Jiang Wu was a social butterfly in Cloud Sea City and had slept with many people, some forces in the dark knew that Jiang Wu was also the Third Prince's plaything. But now, Lin Ling had personally killed the Third Prince's plaything in front of everyone. This was equivalent to slapping the Third Prince in the face in front of everyone in the city. The Third Prince looked refined on the surface, but he was actually a ruthless person. Everyone in the city knew that. How could he swallow this insult? Lin Ling is dead for sure. Everyone was certain in their hearts. At this moment, Lin Ling was looking down at the Third Prince. His face was cold, and his eyes were icy cold. His gaze collided with the Third Prince's in midair, and invisible sparks bloomed. But soon, the corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up slightly. He felt that he had never offended the Third Prince, but the Third Prince treated him like a soft persimmon and acted arrogantly in front of him time and time again. First, the Fire Ancient clan was almost destroyed. Then, he used Jiang Wu to control his fate. Once he refused, he immediately asked Jiang Wu to kill him. Did the third prince think that Lin Ling was an ant? Lin Ling spoke indifferently. Your Majesty, third Prince Yun Yifan, a figure who can cover the sky with one hand. How domineering. Unfortunately, as an ant, I still haven't thought about how I will die. This Lin Ling is really bold. He clearly intends to go against the third prince. The crowd gasped when they heard Lin Ling's words. At the very least, if they were in Lin Ling's place, they would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. They wouldn't dare to go against the third prince at all. The third prince's face became even more unsightly. At this point, not only did Lin Ling not fear him, he even dared to go against him. How bold. Lin Ling, you violated the laws of the city. No one can save you today. At this moment, a voice resounded. It was Commander Du Nan. Du Nan could be considered to have won the third prince's favor. It was time for him to make a move. Firstly, he could kill his enemy, Lin Ling. Secondly, he could gain the third prince's favor. Thirdly, others would think that he was a righteous person who didn't fear Lin Ling and stood out to uphold the law. This was a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The third prince nodded coldly. He was still high and mighty. He disdained to make a move against Lin Ling. Of course, the most important thing was that Commander Du Nan stood out for him. You're just a dog. Other than wagging your tail, what else can you do? Lin Ling smiled arrogantly. The sword in his hand slashed out. The sword radiance of 7 heavenly flames pierced through everything in its path and slashed towards Du Nan. Shock. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. They didn't expect Lin Ling to make the first move. This young man was so arrogant that he didn't put the third prince's imperial prestige in his eyes. Lin Ling, you're courting death. Du Nan's eyes widened. He was also very surprised. He blocked the attack with the broadsword in his hand. With a crack, his dantian shook violently. Although he had blocked the attack, he was still surprised by Lin Ling's strength. Unknowingly, Lin Ling's strength was getting closer and closer to his. Lin Ling. Compared to Du Nan's shock, the third prince was furious. Lin Ling's attack seemed to be aimed at Du Nan, but it was actually aimed at him. This meant that Lin Ling dared to make a move against him. Humph, what are you pretending to be high and mighty for? If you want to touch me, then do it yourself. What's the use of sending a dog to do it? Lin Ling said calmly. Fine, this prince wants to see what right you have to be so arrogant. The third prince finally decided to make a move. Even if he had to put down his pride, he would still kill Lin Ling with his own hands. He raised his right hand and a mysterious book appeared. The book gently flipped open and an ancient aura spread out. When the people around felt the aura, they all felt like prostrating themselves in worship. Could this be the third prince's innate spiritual body? Chapter 249. But he didn't give up. Third brother, she's just a femme fatale. Why make such a big fuss over her? Right at this moment, a smiling voice resounded. The second prince and King Duan were walking over side by side from afar. Second brother, no matter who Lin Ling is to you, he dared to challenge my dignity today. So, I'll kill him no matter who it is. The third prince gazed indifferently into the distance, and his expression was still indifferent. He was determined to kill Lin Ling. Everyone could clearly sense that strong killing intent, and then they sighed in their hearts. Even the second prince had stepped forward, yet the third prince still refused to give face. Looks like Lin Ling is dead for sure. Is that so? You dare to kill my disciple? Yun Yifan, you better think it through. Right at this moment, another voice resounded, and that voice carried a strand of rage. An old man had suddenly appeared in the sky, and he gazed coldly at the third prince with an indifferent expression. Senior He Yen Shan. The third prince's eyes narrowed when he saw that person. That person was one of the 3 pillars of Ocean of Cloud City, and he was a person of virtue and prestige. He wasn't someone he could offend at all. Senior He Yenshan, Lin Ling killed one of my men. But how could Yun Yifan be willing to accept that? It was He Yenshan who'd appeared in the sky. The incident here had caused a stir in Ocean of Cloud City, so he'd naturally received news of it. Moreover, he was instantly furious when he found out that Yun Yifan intended to kill his disciple, Lin Ling. Ocean of Cloud City was changing, and he wasn't interested in who the new king would be. However, he refused to allow his disciple to be implicated in the fight for the throne. So what? He Yenshan spoke coldly. Yun Yifan was stunned, and then his expression became even more savage. He discerned that He Yenshan seemed to have made it clear that He Yenshan was supporting Lin Ling. Even if he was the third prince, He Yenshan still wouldn't give him face. He's my disciple. No one is allowed to touch him unless it's King Yunhai. However, you don't seem to be King Yunhai right now. He Yenshan spoke once more. Yun Yifan breathed incessantly, and he could only remain silent in the end. Now that he was going against He Yenshan, one of the three pillars, it was obviously extremely disadvantageous for him, so he could only endure. Third brother, I've already said that there's no need to make everyone so tense over a woman. That woman's dead is dead, what's so great about it? Second Prince Yunishwan said slowly. That sentence made Yun Yifan even more furious. This was his second brother provoking him. Ever since his second brother received Lin Ling's assistance, his power had grown stronger and stronger. Now, even Senior He Yenshan seemed to be standing on his side. Lin Ling, you're amazing. I hope that someone will come to help you next time. Let's go. Yun Yifan said coldly. He didn't want to stay any longer and wanted to leave with everyone. Wait. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded out, causing many people to look at him. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he said, the Imperial Guard Commander, Du Nan, is in charge of the Order of the Inner City. I would like to ask the Commander, how do you manage this order? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, you might as well resign from your position as the Commander. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Du Nan was furious. He didn't expect that Lin Ling didn't plan to let him go. The surrounding people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had killed the third prince's people, but before the third prince could do anything, Lin Ling had already made the first move and attacked the third prince's people again. As the commander, do you do everything according to your heart's desire? Lin Ling said coldly. Lin Ling, you killed Jiang Wu and Wu Gang in front of everyone. As the commander of the Imperial Guard, I haven't even punished you, yet you dare to accuse me. Du Nan said in a low voice. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. What a commander of the Imperial Guard. Then let me ask you, when I was being hunted down, did you know? He stared at Du Nan, causing Du Nan to snort coldly. Of course I knew. Then let me ask you again, those people were called by Jiang Wu, did you know? Lin Ling asked again. Of course I knew. Du Nan replied disdainfully. Good, then let me ask you one last time. Wu Gang, I have no enmity with him, but he wanted to kill me, did you know? Lin Ling's face turned cold. Du Nan was even more disdainful. This is something that everyone knows, how can I not know? It's good that you know. As the commander of the Imperial Guard, you didn't think of a way to stop the chaos, instead you just stood by and watched. As the commander, can you do that? Now that they've all died in my hands, you're using the banner of justice to interrogate me. Moreover, you don't know what's right or wrong, but you're accusing me of wrongdoing first. Is your brain full of shit? Lin Ling's aura was domineering, and his voice became sharper and sharper. Du Nan's face turned pale, and he couldn't speak for a while. Indeed, when Lin Ling killed the martial scholar and the others, it was a passive resistance. However, those people were the ones who started the trouble. The Imperial Guard commander should have caught the people who started the trouble before it happened, instead of catching Lin Ling after it was over. Du Nan, you should resign from your position as the commander of the Imperial Guard. You're a disgrace. At this moment, the second Prince Yunixuan's voice sounded, causing Du Nan's face to turn even paler. He looked at the third prince for help. The third prince's face was as cold as ice. Now that Lin Ling had exposed this matter in front of everyone, if he forcefully stood up for Du Nan, he would be labeled as someone who didn't distinguish between public and private matters. Moreover, there was still Senior He Yenshan on Lin Ling's side, who would uphold justice for Lin Ling, trash. After weighing the pros and cons, the third prince could only cut off one of his arms. Then, he strode away. But even so, he was still angry because Du Nan was one of his people. Now that he was stripped of his position as the commander of the Imperial Guard, it meant that his power was weakened by a little. "Third prince, save me!" Du Nan anxiously shouted. Without the title of commander of the Imperial Guard, Du Nan was just an ordinary martial artist. He didn't think that he would be stripped of his position because of Lin Ling. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have been in the limelight today. "You only have yourself to blame." Lin Ling coldly looked at Du Nan, not bothering to pay attention to him. Instead, he bowed to Senior He Yenshan in the sky. He Yenshan faintly smiled. He could see that Lin Ling was innocent. Everything was caused by the third prince. Today, the third prince had left in disgrace. It could only be said that he brought shame upon himself. "Lin Ling, good job." Yunixuan's smile deepened. He never thought that because of Lin Ling, his third brother would not only lose face today, but his power would also be suppressed. At the very least, he couldn't do this. "Let's go back." Lin Ling didn't plan to say anything more. After smiling, he left with Senior He Yenshan. Chapter 250. The Grace of Dripping Water. Lin Ling, your strength has improved tremendously. You actually defeated the martial champion in such a short period of time. In Yunixuan's residence, everyone looked at Lin Ling with astonishment. Lin Ling was only at the early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, but he was able to defeat a late-stage Earth Spirit Realm expert. His talent was truly shocking. "Kiki, I was just lucky. There are still plenty of people in the Cloud Sea City who are stronger than me." Lin Ling smiled and didn't reveal any arrogance. After all, his goal was to surpass the Crown Prince. Currently, this goal was still a little far away. Yunixuan and Duke Duan smiled helplessly. This youth had tyrannical strength, but he was never arrogant and complacent. It made one wonder if this youth's heart was that of a century-old monster. Otherwise, why would he be so calm? After a few more exchanges, Duke Duan suddenly spoke to Yunixuan. "Your Majesty, the Snake Swamp Kingdom used the chaos in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to invade the Southern Sea region multiple times. Now that they are getting restless, I'm afraid the Sky Resonance Ancient City won't be able to hold them off." Once this statement was out, Yunixuan's expression turned grave. He Yenshan frowned slightly and said, "An external enemy is invading, but our own people are fighting amongst themselves. How disappointing." Right now, all the vassals and princes were competing for the Cloud Sea King's position, but they ignored the Snake Swamp Kingdom's provocations. This made He Yenshan extremely dissatisfied. "I'll send out the troops." Yunixuan pondered for a moment and decided to send his forces to help the Sky Resonance Ancient City. The Sky Resonance Ancient City was the last border of the Southern Sea. If the ancient city was destroyed, the Snake Swamp Kingdom would be able to enter the Heaven Mystics Kingdom at will and plunge the people into misery and suffering. In fact, it wasn't a suitable time for Yunixuan to send out his forces to help the Sky Resonance Ancient City. After all, it would allow other factions to take advantage of the situation. However, he was different from the other princes and couldn't bear to implicate the commoners. "But if your Majesty sends out the troops, the Crown Prince's side will probably get restless." Duke Duan might not be willing to see the Sky Resonance Ancient City being plundered, but he was still worried about Yunixuan. "I'll go," Lin Ling said with a smile when he saw the two of them hesitating. "Commander Lin, you'll go?" Duke Duan's eyes. "Why? Not qualified enough?" Lin Ling raised his eyebrows. Duke Duan suddenly burst into laughter. Of course you have the qualifications, but I didn't expect Commander Lin to be so sincere and willing to go. Originally, he had planned to lead the troops himself, but Lin Ling had volunteered, so he could stay and help the second prince. Lin Ling, Brother Yun thanks you. Yunixuan was stunned for a moment before he bowed gratefully. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best to help. Lin Ling shook his head and said. In fact, his cultivation was currently stuck at a bottleneck, and he wanted to go out and gain experience. Alright, I'll get someone to assist you in a few days. Duke Duan nodded excitedly. Lin Ling, since you want to go to the ancient sky fragrant city, then follow me to refine pills for the next few days. Hearing their words, He Yenshan said indifferently. Finally, he added, of course, draw some calligraphy and paintings for me while you're at it. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. It seemed that drawing calligraphy was the most important thing. Yunixuan and Duke Duan covered their mouths. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. A master like He Yenshan wanted Lin Ling's calligraphy, but he was too embarrassed to ask, so he found the excuse of learning alchemy. It was very strange. He Yenshan was a little embarrassed and his face darkened. However, when he thought of Lin Ling's magical calligraphy, he was filled with interest. He also wanted to show his personal collection to Lin Ling. He wondered what Lin Ling would say about it. The next day, Lin Ling went to the Danding Prefecture. He was still at the early stage of the earthly spirit realm. However, after killing some earthly spirit realm experts, his realm had increased a lot. He was only one step away from the middle stage of the earthly spirit realm. Martial champion Wu Gang's spiritual qi seed had the greatest effect on him. If he wanted to reach the next level, he would have to keep fighting and snatch his enemy's spiritual qi seeds. After passing through several streets, a beautiful figure in snow-white clothes was waiting for him. She stood there quietly, like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. When she saw Lin Ling approaching, she couldn't help but smile. She was an Yuer. The smile was very faint, but it made one feel relaxed. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, Senior sister, I'm sorry for being late. When he went to the Danding Prefecture to learn alchemy, he planned to bring an Yuer along. After all, an Yuer was more addicted to alchemy than he was. She just lacked some opportunities. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't want an Yuer to bury her talent. That was why he brought her along. It's okay, I just arrived. However, Lin Ling, can I go with you? An Yuer quickly waved her hand, indicating that she wasn't afraid of waiting for a long time. In fact, she was more grateful. The Pill Cauldron Grandmaster He Yenshan was one of the most prominent figures in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's Pill Dao. It was an honor for any ordinary alchemist to even meet him. But now, he could actually learn alchemy from the Pill Cauldron Grandmaster He Yenshan. Of course, she knew that this opportunity was given to her by this young man. She couldn't help but feel absent-minded. When she was in the ancient Yen sect, she chose to help this young man because she saw that he wasn't afraid of authority and had an arrogance and perseverance that surpassed his peers. And that little bit of help was exchanged for a 100-fold return of the favor. This was the gratitude of a drop of water, repaid with a gushing spring. Therefore, she was extremely grateful to this young man. Even when she was grateful, she felt an inexplicable sense of gratitude. It was as if she wanted to see this young man and cherish every minute and second by his side. The young man and the young woman walked along the street. Their occasional laughter attracted the attention of passers-by, who then sighed. In their eyes, the two figures were a match made in heaven. Smelling the faint fragrance on an Yuer's body, Lin Ling also liked this feeling very much. He was grateful to an Yuer because she was one of the few people who helped him when he first came to this world. Now that he was talking about the past with an Yuer, he seemed to have abandoned everything and was joking with her like an ordinary young man. After a long time, the two of them arrived at Danding Prefecture. He Yenshan had been waiting for a long time, but he didn't have any objections to Inuer's arrival. This little girl is also learning alchemy. That's not a problem. I'll give you some prescriptions and refining methods later, then you can study them. 10 prescriptions. Once you've refined them, this lesson will be over. If you want to end the lesson, then it will depend on your talent and perseverance. He Yenshan smiled. He also felt that he was much younger when he was with the two little guys Lin Ling. However, when he looked at Lin Ling, he said, Lin Ling, you don't have to refine 10 prescriptions. 3 will do. After you're done, come with me to look at calligraphy and painting. Lin Ling and Inuer looked at each other. Inuer wanted to learn 10 prescriptions, but Lin Ling only learned 3. This was just to let Lin Ling finish refining pills quickly and then go look at calligraphy and painting. It seemed that He Yenshan's real purpose was to let Lin Ling learn calligraphy and painting. However, this was so unfair. Was this how a teacher should act? Chapter 251. Chapter 251 Astonishment, Master, I'll also refine 10 types like senior sister and don't worry, it won't take up too much of your time. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Sigh, I hope you can learn it soon. He Yenshan was stunned for a moment. He could only smile bitterly and nod his head. Then, he took out the pill recipes. He personally refined each pill once. Then, he let Lin Ling and Inuer learn from him. His pill recipes were not ordinary. They were extremely rare and difficult to concoct. Therefore, it was impossible for him to successfully concoct all 10 types of pills at once. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Lin Ling to concoct only 3 types of pills. Lin Ling closed his eyes and recalled for a moment. Then, he looked at the pill formula and began to refine. Underworld bone grass, fire leaf flower. Inuer furrowed her brows tightly. He Yenshan's pill formula was beyond her knowledge. He Yenshan, on the other hand, was smiling slightly at the side. He wasn't surprised by Inuer's conflicted expression because his pill formula was indeed not easy to obtain. However, when he looked at Lin Ling, his eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was calm, and his movements were as smooth as flowing water. The 10 rare pill formulas in his hands didn't seem difficult at all, and it was as if he had already refined them. This fellow is really a genius. He Yenshan's face was solemn as he continued to watch Lin Ling refine pills. Inuer had already failed and was dejected. But as she watched Lin Ling refine pills, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up. This time, she once again witnessed the wonders of Lin Ling. Everyone had the same pill formula, but Lin Ling learned it faster than her. The young man's focused gaze, handsome face, and tightly pursed lips were like the most exquisite painting. Inuer couldn't take her eyes off him. Then, her delicate little face blushed. She had to admit that a focused young man was extremely attractive to her. TSK, amazing. You can actually refine 2 at the same time. He Yenshan's expression changed slightly. In his eyes, the youth had actually mixed 2 types of medicinal materials together because he wanted to save time. Although this wasn't impossible, it was extremely testing of one's skill in the Tao of alchemy. But that young man had done it. Could it be that this little guy had been practicing alchemy since he was born? At this moment, Lin Ling's forehead was covered with sweat, but his eyes were still focused. Several types of pills were constantly forming in his hands. These pills were actually very difficult for him to concoct, but during his competition with Danxiangzi, he had seen a large number of alchemists concocting pills with his own eyes, including these types of pills. The more he saw, the more he knew the steps. Coupled with his powerful soul force, he was able to successfully refine it in one go. After a long time, he wiped the sweat off his forehead, looked at the work on the table, and nodded with satisfaction. When he turned around to look at He Yenshan and Su Yu, he was stunned. At this moment, He Yenshan and Inuer's mouths were so wide open that a duck egg could be stuffed inside. The expressions on their faces were simply indescribable. 10 types of pill formulas, and Lin Ling had actually succeeded in all of them. What's with your expressions? Lin Ling looked at them quietly for a moment and couldn't help but feel speechless. He Yenshan and Yuer looked at each other, then shook their heads helplessly. He Yenshan said, if it weren't for your young age, would have thought that you were an alchemist who had immersed himself in the Tao of alchemy for many years. Lin Ling, you're so amazing. And Yuer said with admiration. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He really wasn't a powerful alchemist. He had just seen a lot of things. After leaving He Yenshan's mansion, Lin Ling went to the Fire Ancient clan. The pills he had concocted earlier were all extremely valuable, especially in terms of medicinal materials. Therefore, these pills shouldn't be wasted. It was best to give them to the Fire Ancient clan. After returning to the Fire Ancient clan, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were naturally very happy. Although the Fire Ancient clan was in the outer city and didn't know about the inner city, Duke Duan had personally visited the Fire Ancient clan not long ago and told them about Lin Ling's proud deeds in the inner city. This made the entire Fire Ancient clan extremely proud. At the very least, the members of the Fire Ancient clan weren't unknown in the inner city. Instead, they were like dazzling stars. Right now, Lin Ling's achievements had already surpassed his father, Lin Chen. Lin Ling, Duke Duan said that you were going to the ancient sky fragrant city the last time he came. Go, a real man should roam the world. You don't have to worry about the ancient clan. Your grandfather is still here. He definitely won't let anyone invade the ancient clan. Ancestor Extreme Flame said to Lin Ling. Then, he smiled and said, moreover, you're currently the favorite of the second prince. Duke Duan won't let anything happen to the Fire Ancient clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer to you. That's good. Lin Ling's heart relaxed. He was going to be out training for a long time, so he was a bit worried about the ancient clan. But with his grandfather's words, he could go out and roam the world without worry. A real man's ambition was to roam the world. This world was vast and boundless. He also wanted to go out and see the experts of other places. He handed the pills to Ancestor Extreme Flame, who was immediately shocked. One had to know that the Fire Ancient clan also refined pills, so he knew the value of these pills. Without a doubt, with these pills, the Fire Ancient clan would be able to cultivate a few Earth Spirit Realm experts. The medicinal ingredients for these pills are priceless. Only Danding Prefecture can take them out. Ancestor Extreme Flame sighed. I'll bring more pills the next time I come back. Only when the ancient clan is strong will we be able to gain a firm foothold in this world. Lin Ling smiled. Lin Ling, you have to leave some pills for me next time. That's right. We grew up together. Lin Alfeng and the others shouted. They missed the days when they fought side by side with Lin Ling. All right. Lin Ling nodded boldly, then strode out of the Fire Ancient clan. Looking at Lin Ling's back, the entire ancient clan was excited. That young man was holding up half the sky of the ancient clan. Lin Ling went to find Duke Duan along the way. Previously, Duke Duan said that Lin Ling would be leading 50,000 people to the Heavenly Fragrance ancient city. Lin Ling was the chief commander. This was also Lin Ling's first time leading an army. Lin Ling was looking forward to leading an army. In the previous world, he had read some books about leading an army. He was curious, but at that time, it was impossible for him to lead an army. He could only think about it in his heart. But now, he had 50,000 soldiers. Just thinking about it made him excited. Moreover, Duke Duan said that these 50,000 people would belong to Lin Ling from now on. They would belong to Lin Ling's forces. Of course, these people weren't old soldiers, but new recruits. After all, old soldiers wouldn't simply follow others. Because they had fought side by side, they had developed feelings for each other. They wouldn't be separated and reorganized. These 50,000 people belonged to the people who had been implicated after the change of era. Some of them had lost their families. Some of them joined the second prince's camp in order to protect their families. Generally speaking, they weren't a real army. Chapter 252. A little famous? Lin Ling, you're here. Knowing that Lin Ling was coming, Duke Duan was already waiting at the entrance of the mansion. Greetings, Your Highness. Lin Ling bowed slightly. He had some respect for this middle-aged man. After all, Duke Duan was his benefactor. It was all thanks to Duke Duan that the Fire Ancient clan could remain safe and sound. Duan Wangye smiled and nodded, his gaze sizing up Lin Ling. The young man in front of him had a slender body, well-proportioned limbs, and a handsome appearance. His facial features were distinct, making him look like a divine jade. Most importantly, his eyes would occasionally emit a light, a depth that did not match his age. It had to be said that such a genius was indeed very attractive. Come with me. Duan Wangye smiled and led Lin Ling forward. The two of them walked all the way through the barracks and finally arrived at the foot of a small hill. There were people surging around, and from time to time, there were shouts of people practicing martial arts. At a glance, those people were all dressed in the same color, and their ages were only between 20 and 30 years old. These people are all new recruits. They will belong to you in the future. Duan Wangye pointed at the people in the distance and said, "These are my subordinates?" Lin Ling nodded. From the looks of it, these youths were all good seedlings. However, they lacked the iron-blooded aura of a soldier. They lacked the imposing manner of cutting off all means of retreat. Of course, this was normal as those people came from all over the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Had it not been for the change of era, they might still be ordinary martial artists. There are 50,000 people here, and I have arranged an assistant for you. In the past, the assistant was in charge of them. Come with me. Duan Wangye brought Lin Ling forward and said as he walked, "That's right, that assistant is a beauty, it's just that she's a bit spicy." "Xiao Man, come out." Prince Duan shouted as soon as he arrived at the barracks. Everyone bowed when they saw Duan Wangye, and some of them looked at him with gratitude. If it weren't for Duan Wangye, they or their families would have already disappeared from this world. This subordinate greets Duke Duan. A woman walked out with large strides. She was tall and slender, and her skin was the color of wheat. Although her figure was lean forward and backward, she was filled with explosive power, just like a female leopard. This woman was Lin Ling's assistant, Tian Xiaoman. At that moment, Tian Xiaoman was looking at Prince Duan respectfully. If it weren't for Prince Duan, she would have died already. She would have died because of humiliation. Therefore, to her, Prince Duan was like her second parent. Then, her gaze fell upon Lin Ling and she frowned. Not long ago, she had heard that Duke Duan would be bringing along a commander. Looks like it was that young man. It was just that he was a little too young, even younger than her. Although he was handsome, this was a military camp. Being handsome did not mean that he could fight. Tian Xiaoman thought so in her heart, but she did not reveal it. She quietly waited for Duke Duan to speak. Duke Duan looked around and saw the puzzled looks on everyone's faces. He immediately knew that many people were wondering who the new commander was. Then, he introduced Lin Ling to everyone. "No way, it's really him. I guessed it was him from the start, but he's too young. It's really annoying to be our commander at such a young age." "Shut up. Even if you're unwilling, you have to obey the military order." Discussions broke out all around, and it seemed that many people were unwilling to accept it. "I'm Lin Ling, and I'll be your commander next," Lin Ling said nonchalantly, as if he did not hear the voices around him. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent, and no one replied. When Tian Xiaoman saw this, she slowly said, "Greetings, Commander Lin." She seemed to have a good reputation among the 50,000 people. After she spoke, everyone saluted and shouted, "Greetings, Commander Lin." Duke Duan smiled faintly and said to Lin Ling, "In the military camp, strength is respected. Although you have a status, they only obey you on the surface, but they are not convinced in their hearts. If the hearts of an army are scattered, it will be difficult to lead the team. Lin Ling, I believe that you can complete this challenge perfectly. After you complete it, you will have an army of tigers and wolves. After Duke Duan finished speaking, he turned and left. Lin Ling smiled. An army of tigers and wolves? He was a little interested. He said nonchalantly, "Is the deputy here? Let's set off for Tianshang City. What do you think?" Tian Xiaoman narrowed her eyes slightly. Earlier, Duan Wangyi was there, so she didn't dare to be careless. But after Duan Wangyi left, she relaxed. She wanted to tell this young man that he could be his commander, and they would go about their business as usual, minding their own business and living in harmony. However, before she could say that, this young man had already put on airs as a commander. "Is the deputy here?" The way he addressed her was so smooth, as if she had become this young man's subordinate. "Commander Lin, set off for Tianshang City. You can leave whenever you want. A month, a year, it doesn't matter to us." Tian Xiaoman said nonchalantly. "Huh?" Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. However, when he saw the arrogant smile on the woman's face, he smiled. He knew that if he did not win over this woman, these 50,000 people would not listen to him. "What do you mean?" "Haha. This journey to Tianshang City is long and bumpy. Commander Lin is a precious person. If you don't rest well, you might not be able to make it to Tianshang City. Since that is the case, why don't we wait for Commander Lin to rest well before leaving? A month, a year, it doesn't matter to us." Tian Xiaoman spread out her hands and smiled. "That's right. If we leave immediately and Commander Lin can't take the long journey, then wouldn't we have to go back halfway? So, Commander Lin should rest well first." The people around agreed. Obviously, they saw that Lin Ling was young and tender, so they guessed that Lin Ling would not be able to take the long journey. Moreover, if he did not have a strong martial power to back him up, he would not be able to take the long journey. Lin Ling was so young, so how strong could he be? To be able to become a commander, his family must have given him a lot of money. Lin Ling listened quietly and could not help but smile. "Since that is the case, then let's leave tomorrow." Tian Xiaoman was stunned. "Commander, you don't plan to rest well before leaving? I'm afraid you won't be able to go far with your body." "If I can't go far, then I'm afraid you won't be able to go far either." Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. When these words came out, many people were not convinced. They had been practicing martial arts since they were young and were very strong. They did not believe that Lin Ling was stronger than them. One of them said, "Commander, whether you can go far or not is not based on words, but on strength." "Everyone, am I right?" "Yes." Everyone yelled out in unison. "If that's the case, then let 10 of you come out. I will see who can go further." Lin Ling was still smiling. If he wanted to subdue this group of people, it was obvious that strength was indispensable. "What?" The yelling instantly stopped as everyone stared with wide eyes. It seemed like this new commander was going to challenge them and establish his prowess with his martial prowess. Furthermore, he wasn't going to challenge one of them, but 10 of them. "Commander, let me remind you." Before they entered the second prince's camp, they were all rather reputable in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Tian Xiaoman frowned and said. Chapter 253. Effortless suppression. A little reputation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling was the #1 prodigy in the Cloud Sea City and had an illustrious reputation. How could these youths compare to him? What? You want to challenge 10 people, and I am included? Tian Xiaoman was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes widened in disbelief. After all, this Commander Lin was only 17 or 18 years old. Everyone here was older than him, and stronger than him. He actually dared to challenge 10 people at once. Did he think he was one of those prodigies in the inner city? Deputy Tian, what should we do? Are we really going to teach him a lesson? But he is the commander. What if he is injured and blames us? The others all spoke out. Tian Xiaoman snorted, since the commander has spoken, then we shall accept the challenge. Finishing her statement, she looked at Lin Ling and said, Lord Commander, let me say this first. If I accidentally injure you, you are not allowed to complain to Duke Duan. Lin Ling smiled calmly and said, if you are able to injure me, not only will I not blame you, but I will also reward you with 1,000 spirit crystals. Ah! Tian Xiaoman's mouth widened as she felt that this youth was overly ignorant. Could he be a hedonistic young master who only knew how to cultivate and didn't know the ways of the world? Wasn't this boasting a little too much? 1,000 spirit crystals. I will not miss out on such a good deal. Lord Commander, please excuse me. I am a descendant of the Xuanji clan of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's North Ice. I am here to seek some guidance. It can't be, right? Old Xian, you are one of the top 10 individuals among the 50,000 of us. Are you here to join in the fun? Figures walked out one after another, and all of them were brimming with confidence as they chatted while walking. They were even discussing what cultivation items they would buy after obtaining the 1,000 spirit crystals. Lin Ling let out a slight smile and still had a calm expression. He then looked at Tian Xiaoman and said, Deputy, come on out. You are really courting death. Tian Xiaoman clenched her silver teeth and walked out as well. Since Lin Ling was boasting without any preparation, she would let him suffer a little. In the future, he wouldn't dare to put on airs in front of her and the others. Gradually, 10 people gathered, and all of them looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling shrugged and walked into the group of 10. Commander Lin, I'll suppress half of my strength. Take this. A tall and sturdy man shouted loudly, his fist smashing towards Lin Ling. That kind of power made the surrounding soldiers cheer again and again. Even if you unleash 120% of your strength, you're still no match for me. Lin Ling shook his head and took a step forward. He didn't seem to make any mystical movements. He just lightly struck out with his palm. Bang! The fist and the palm collided, and an intense gust of wind blew in all directions. The man's body flew backward and fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. The cheers in the surroundings instantly disappeared, and everyone's expressions turned interesting. Commander, you have some skills. Take my Northern Ice Mystic Palm. Another man shouted loudly. An icy aura emanated from his body, forming layers of fog. Frost also appeared on the ground. Weak, with such weak strength, you dare to call yourself the Northern Ice Mystic Palm? Lin Ling shook his head and took a step forward. He didn't even try to block, and directly took the man's palm. With a cracking sound, the cold ice froze Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, the crowd stared. This Commander Lin really overestimated his strength. He actually took the attack head-on. Crack. At this moment, cracks appeared on the ice sculpture that was shining with white light. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the ice sculpture exploded, and a figure walked out. A calm voice was heard, among the 10 people, you're the weakest. He had the fire attribute spiritual body, and he was the least afraid of ice attribute attacks. Naturally, he would say that. However, the people who heard that all opened their mouths wide. Taking the palm head-on and breaking out of the ice, this person's strength was too strong, and that person was the weakest among the 10 people? One must know that that person was a disciple from the Xuanji family, and he was ranked in the top 10 among the 50,000 people. I thought you guys would be very strong, but unfortunately, you've disappointed me. It's over. Lin Ling shook his head, took a step forward, and lightly punched out with his right hand. With a bang, a man was sent flying, and with a sweep of his right leg, another man was sent flying with a bang. None of the 10 people could stop him. With his current strength, even if 100 people surrounded him, he wouldn't be afraid with his eyes closed. Whoosh! 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 One by one, the figures were sent flying and fell to the ground, looking at Lin Ling in fear. Soon, only Tian Xiaoman was left. Deputy, it's your turn. I rarely hit women, so do you want to admit defeat yourself, or do you want me to do it? Lin Ling looked at Tian Xiaoman with a faint smile. Tian Xiaoman's mouth was wide open, as if she still couldn't believe what had happened. In the blink of an eye, the strongest people were defeated. Could this young man really be a genius from the inner city? Tian Xiaoman was straightforward, but she couldn't say that she admitted defeat. We depart the day after tomorrow. Lin Ling shrugged at her, ignoring whether she admitted it or not, and then strode forward. Now, no one had any objections. At first, everyone thought that Lin Ling's young master wasn't strong enough, so he couldn't withstand the long journey. But now, Lin Ling had proven that he was stronger than 50,000 people. If Lin Ling couldn't withstand the long journey, then no one could. He's so strong, facing my ice palm, he was unharmed. I'm afraid his strength has reached the peak of the martial spirit realm. This young man is definitely from the inner city. I guess he's one of the top 100 geniuses in the inner city. That can't be, one of the top 100, that's very strong. Discussions broke out all around. Tian Xiaoman's beautiful eyes looked into the distance, flickering from time to time. Who is this young man? Although the first show of strength didn't intimidate the 50,000 new recruits, they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. The next morning, Lin Ling woke up early and went to the training ground of the military camp. At this moment, everyone was already awake and fighting with each other. When they saw Lin Ling, they worked even harder. It was as if they were not convinced after losing to Lin Ling yesterday. They did not want to be looked down upon by Lin Ling. A large number of young men were fighting, and their sweat and shouts were like thunder. Commander, good morning. Tian Xiaoman bowed slightly when she saw Lin Ling walking over. Lin Ling smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything. He walked slowly along the training ground, as if he was checking on his subordinates. Seeing this, the 50,000 people worked even harder, which made Tian Xiaoman secretly satisfied. She smiled and said, Commander, what do you think of this training? Maybe Lin Ling was too young, but after losing to him yesterday, she wanted to get back at him today, so she wanted to hear the commander's satisfied voice. Chapter 254. Setting out on a campaign, how is it? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and blurted out, just fancy moves. Fancy moves? Tian Xiaoman's pupils constricted as she recalled Lin Ling's words. She then said with some dissatisfaction, Commander, are you saying that the training of these middle-stage martial spirit realm warriors is just for show? Milord, aren't you being too arrogant? If it's not a showy move, then what is it? Was that training? I don't see any power in it. Lin Ling faintly said, at best, they are only practicing martial arts in the early morning, so I can't see what's so great about them. What makes me laugh is that these people are actually my subordinates. In the future, I will lead this group of soldiers to their deaths, and they want to create a lion of tigers and wolves for me. I feel very uncertain. Lord Commander seems to look down on them. Tian Xiaoman couldn't take it anymore. Lin Ling's evaluation of these people was too low. He was just short of calling them trash. She wasn't willing to accept it. Commander, you may be born with a noble background and don't know what a soldier is. They may not have any military achievements, but they have a hot-blooded heart and hope to create a world that belongs to them. Commander, you actually mock them. This is an insult to them. I hope that you won't say such words again. Lin Ling said. She was clearly furious. The surrounding soldiers who were training also stopped their movements and looked at Lin Ling with dissatisfaction. They were also angry. This new commander was looking down on them. Numerous gazes fell on Lin Ling, but Lin Ling remained indifferent. Instead, he laughed disdainfully. What can a hot-blooded heart represent? Who didn't have a hot-blooded heart in this world? Who didn't want to make contributions? But was it useful? Once a war breaks out, a hot-blooded heart will not be of any help. Only by being able to complete the mission can one be considered a qualified soldier. I do not mean to insult them, but they are indeed not an army of tigers and wolves, nor are they an army. At best, they are a group of martial artists. After saying that, he pointed at the two people who were training in front of him and said, "What are they doing? You punch and I kick. Are they playing house? Please, this is a military camp, not a place to play house." He then pointed at a few other people in the distance. Those people are lifting stone weights. They seem to be cultivating very hard. Their bodies are covered in sweat, but what's the use? At best, they are just exercising their physical strength. Look at them. Although they are a little tired, their expressions are relaxed. It's really rare for them to be able to train so easily. They seem to have turned the barracks into a training ground. All of them are like flowers in a greenhouse. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Tian Xiaoman was originally very dissatisfied, but she gradually fell silent, constantly thinking about those words. Then what does Lord Commander mean? Tian Xiaoman's voice lowered, as if she was asking for advice. Fight to the death. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said word by word. Tian Xiaoman's face changed, and the vague feeling in her heart seemed to have become clearer. She asked again, "My lord, please speak clearly. This kind of training is to train martial artists, not soldiers. If you want to become an army of tigers and wolves, you must have the soul of an army and your own killing intent. Since it's training, then fight to the death. It doesn't matter if the opponent is family or friends. Once the training order is issued, then treat the opponent as an enemy. Like the enemy who killed your father, you must kill them," Lin Ling said calmly. Hearing that, Tian Xiaoman sucked in a cold breath. But it's easy to get injured, and even die. Die? You are soldiers. Can soldiers be afraid of death? Moreover, getting injured in training is better than losing your life on the battlefield. Only by experiencing life and death will you have your own killing intent and soul. Alright, that's all I have to say. Remember, we set off tomorrow. At the end, Lin Ling looked at the people around him, then slowly turned and left. Looking at that slender back, the training ground was silent. Many people suddenly had mixed feelings. Although they were not convinced by that young man, they could not deny that his words made sense. So that's how it is. No wonder Duke Duan always said that we are new soldiers and cannot compare to those tigers and wolves under Duke Duan. So that's how it is. Tian Xiaoman suddenly understood. Looking at Lin Ling's back, her eyes shone, and her heart filled with admiration. On the third day, when Lin Ling arrived at the training ground, everyone had been waiting for a long time. At this moment, they no longer looked at Lin Ling with disdain, but with deep admiration. Although this new commander was young, he was stronger than all of them. They had no choice but to admit defeat. Most importantly, the new commander was not someone who was all brawn and no brains. He had a deep understanding of the art of war, and was both brave and smart. What else could they say? Lord Commander, everyone is ready. Tian Xiaoman came in front of Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. In terms of obedience to Lin Ling, she was the first. In the past, these 50,000 people were trained by her. Although the training was not bad, she always felt that something was missing. Now, she finally knew what it was, so she approved of Lin Ling standing above her. Looking at the spirited soldiers, Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. "Let's go." 50,000 people rode on horses and left the outer city. In the distance, Duke Duan looked at the imposing army and nodded secretly. "I hope Commander Lin can lead his own tiger and wolf army on this trip." Beside him, an elegant middle-aged man smiled and said, "Duke Duan can rest assured. Commander Lin is a genius today. He will definitely complete the mission perfectly." Duke Duan nodded. "I don't know why, but I am not very worried about that little guy Lin Ling. He is a person who can never be seen through." The army moved forward, heading towards Sky Fragrance City. Dozens of days later, they arrived at the South Sea territory. My lord, if we follow Mountain Breeze Valley, we will reach Sky Fragrant City in less than 10 days. Mountain Breeze Valley is the easiest path to take. In the camp, Tian Xiaoman wore a cape and armor, giving off a valiant feeling. However, she did not wear much armor. Only her chest and buttocks were protected by armor. The rest of her body was exposed. Her wheat-like skin was filled with explosive power. Lin Ling was also wearing white armor. He smiled and looked at Tian Xiaoman. He pointed at the map and said, Mountain Breeze Valley is too easy. Why don't we take the Devil Cloud Mountain path? That path is filled with miasma. It is completely uninhabited. Tian Xiaoman was very surprised. Armies naturally chose the easiest path and the fastest path. However, Lin Ling chose the most difficult path. This was completely against the norm. You think that with 50,000 people, you can save Sky Fragrant City? I think it is far from enough. So, if we go quickly, we will just be sending ourselves to death. It is better to take the difficult path to increase our strength and momentum. Chapter 255. The Devil's Training. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said, Tell them not to be afraid of difficulties. If they want to improve their strength, they will have to endure hardships. Of course, if they feel that they can't take it, they can choose to withdraw now. Otherwise, once they enter the Devil Cloud Mountain, there will be no turning back. Moreover, I don't like deserters. Yes. Tian Xiaoman nodded and went out to inform the army. Lin Ling was still looking at the map. The miasma in the Devil Cloud Mountain is very thick. However, I have refined many elixirs that can prevent the miasma. The most important thing is that the Devil Cloud Mountain is an illusion formed by the miasma. These illusions can increase a martial artist's soul force. It is also suitable for me. A few days later, the army arrived at the foot of the demonic Cloud Mountain. As far as the eye could see, the vast ancient mountains were stacked on top of each other, and one couldn't see the end of them. Only dense forests could be seen, and the entire endless mountain range was silent, as if it was a corner that had been abandoned by the world. Lin Ling stood on a peak and looked into the distance. Then, his eyes focused and the lost time reappeared in his eyes. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. Deputy, pass down my order. Advance to the southeast. Yes. Tian Xiaoman immediately obeyed the order and left. Lin Ling smiled and looked towards the southeast. Previously, through the lost time, he saw that the illusion was the strongest. However, other than the illusion, there didn't seem to be any powerful demonic beasts. Therefore, that path was the most suitable. Although he wanted to train his army, he also knew that he had to act according to his ability. A path that was too strong was not suitable for the army to advance. Otherwise, the entire army would be wiped out. Therefore, the southeast was the best choice. The army advanced along the southeast. Gradually, the miasma spread and many martial artists were poisoned. For a moment, some people were panicking. Many people actually wanted to leave this place and escape. Lin Ling was indifferent from the beginning to the end. He gave the order and the army continued to advance. For a moment, out of the 50,000 people, 2,000 people left the army and turned around to escape. As they ran, they cursed Lin Ling, saying that Lin Ling had led them to a dead end. This caused the army to panic for a moment. Fortunately, the remaining people did not choose to leave and continued to advance resolutely. On this day, Lin Ling ordered the army to stop. I know that a lot of people are dissatisfied with me. A lot of people think that I'm leading the wrong way, which makes a simple marching mission complicated. On the mountain peak, Lin Ling was dressed in white armor as he looked down at the crowd below. His aura was steady, and his words carried a boundless aura, causing the army below the mountain peak to fall silent. Your family is under the protection of His Majesty the Second Prince, so you don't have to worry about being bullied by other forces. Every month, you receive a large number of spirit crystals. This is His Majesty the Second Prince's contribution to your family. However, there must be a return for a contribution. Otherwise, why would His Majesty the Second Prince protect you? What right do you have to ask the Second Prince to save you when times are changing? Therefore, if there is a return, there must be a return. Lin Ling's calm voice slowly spread out. There's no free lunch in this world. Since you've chosen to become soldiers, then it's your duty to obey orders. Regardless of whether it's a path of death or a path of survival, since you've been given an order, then you can only continue forward. He led the army through the most difficult path. In fact, he was also eliminating those who had the potential to rebel. Lin Ling did not want these people. Fortunately, there were not many such people, so Lin Ling was quite satisfied. I know that some of you are nervous, but you've all passed my test. Next, each of you will receive an elixir and prepare to enter the Miasma Mountain. At that time, the devilish training will begin. Lin Ling said again, and then he sneered, perhaps you'll be glad that those rebels don't have to receive the devilish training. However, I can tell you that from this afternoon onwards, the entire Demon Cloud Mountain will be surrounded by miasma. Without the antidote elixir, death is certain. Since they've chosen to betray us, they have no right to enjoy the protection of the elixir. As soon as these words came out, a large number of whispers came from below. Not long ago, they were still envious of those who had escaped, thinking that they had escaped from the sea of suffering. Who knew that turning around and running away would lead to a dead end? This made them rejoice that they had persevered. Sir, what's the devilish training? As long as Sir dares to say it, we will accept it. Someone yelled out from below. Many of them were looking forward to it. They dared to choose to stay because they had their own ambitions. They wanted to become a powerful soldier and become famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Cuckoo. Lin Ling let out a faint smile. This training is to test your mental fortitude. I can tell you that once you pass the devilish training, your future potential will be limitless. If you fail, you will become a cripple forever. Set off. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ling led the majestic army towards the southeast direction. The army traveled for a day and was safe and sound. There weren't any powerful demonic beasts blocking the way. It was the same for the second day, but from the third day onwards, many of them went crazy. Illusions appeared when they were sleeping, when they were eating, and even when they were marching. In the illusions, their loved ones were killed by the enemy, and their clans were massacred. Some of them had their loved ones humiliated to death by the enemy. Some of them had their parents dismembered by the enemy. Some of them had encountered the greatest torment in their lives, with broken limbs and unbearable pain. These were the illusions brought by the miasma. Lin Ling might have given elixirs to prevent the soldiers from being affected by the miasma, but it didn't prevent them from being affected by the illusions. From the third day onwards, the army camp was in complete chaos. Commander, it's not good. Something is wrong with everyone. Tian Xiaoman anxiously ran into Lin Ling's living quarters and spoke with concern. I know, and I know that it is about time for you to enter the illusions. These illusions start from the weak and start to the strong. The strongest person will face the illusions the last, but it will become increasingly terrifying. Lin Ling sat on the chair and let out a faint smile. Ah. Tian Xiaoman opened her mouth wide in disbelief. It seemed like the commander already knew about it. Pass down my orders. Stay true to your hearts. After this ordeal, you will all be reborn. Lin Ling shouted. Tian Xiaoman's eyes narrowed. She vaguely understood what was going on. The commander wanted to use the illusions to train the soldiers' hearts, turning them into a firm army of tigers and wolves. Yes. Tian Xiaoman walked out of the living quarters. After that, the army did not set off. Instead, they set up camp and slowly enjoyed the invasion of the illusions. However, after Lin Ling's words spread, many people's hearts became clear. They knew the purpose of this trip, so they were all resisting with all their might. Chapter 256. Back at the ancient land, Xiaoman, you are a jinx. After you were born, you caused the death of your grandmother, grandfather, and parents. Now, the whole village is under your control. Leave the village immediately, or the villagers will beat you to death. Xiaoman, you're a jinx. My parents are dead because of you. From now on, we're no longer friends. Huh, little beauty, I like your wild taste the most. Tonight, I will serve you well. Behind me, there are 3,000 people waiting. The nightmare began. Tian Xiaoman had no family in her life, no friends. She was alone since she was young. Everyone thought of her as a jinx. At that time, she wanted to have her own friends. She wanted to be like an ordinary child, to have a mother and father who loved her. Unfortunately, it was all wishful thinking. When she grew up, she was caught by a powerful enemy. 3,000 people were waiting in line to humiliate her. Such a painful life, she did not want to live anymore. She wanted to leave this dark world as soon as possible. Tian Xiaoman, remember, stay true to your heart. Only after you cross this big obstacle can you be reborn. However, when Tian Xiaoman was about to give up, a majestic voice sounded in her heart. It made Tian Xiaoman realize that she was in an illusion. Commander, thank you. I, Tian Xiaoman, will definitely be reborn. Not only her, when the entire camp was on the verge of collapse, the majestic voice would ring out, giving them the most crucial support. That voice was only one sentence, but it was also like a drop of sweet dew, but it was of great importance. I will definitely be able to survive. Come. Come, I will not run away from the things I do not want to see the most in my heart. I will change everything. In the camp, the atmosphere gradually changed. Invisible killing intent emerged from everyone's head and began to spread. It formed an invisible aura that was fighting against the illusion. Lin Ling's soul force was strong. After sensing the endless killing intent, he smiled faintly. However, he soon entered the illusion, and the illusion he encountered was stronger than the others. Time slowly passed. The atmosphere in the barracks changed even more. Many soldiers woke up and were no longer afraid of encountering illusions. Moreover, they knew in their hearts that the stronger they were, the more terrifying the illusions would be. If they were like this, then the illusions that the Lord Commander encountered were simply unimaginable. Most importantly, when the commander was facing his own illusion, he was still able to divert his attention to warn them. He was indeed worthy of being their leader. Illusory realm, interesting. Speaking of which, today's illusory realm didn't change at all. I'm about to doze off. You are indeed worthy of being called old dog. Amazing. You woke up in 3 days. I took 5 days. But you are right. If I don't encounter illusions for a day, I can't sleep. It's just that those illusions are a bit weak. That's because your killing intent has become stronger, the illusion can't affect you. However, I'm not that powerful either. If it weren't for the commander's timely strike, I might have collapsed as well. In the military camp, more and more people were no longer affected. On this day, Lin Ling walked out of the barracks. Upon seeing Lin Ling, many of the Nirvanic reborn people bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Excellency. That uniform shout shook the heavens. Now, they were truly convinced by Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling told them to go to hell, they would furrow their brows. Hee hee, everyone made it through. Your strength has increased quite a bit. Lin Ling smiled faintly. His soul force was strong and he was the first to walk out of the illusion. Although his strength didn't increase, his soul force had undergone another transformation and was even stronger. Reporting to the Lord Commander, your subordinate has reached the peak of the martial spirit realm. I'm about to break through to the earth spirit realm. Many of the soldiers shouted excitedly. Good, then tonight I'll reward everyone. Cook all the meat and drink all the good wine. Lin Ling laughed loudly. Good, long live the Lord Commander. Everyone cheered and became even more excited. Greetings to the Lord Commander. Xiaoman thanks the Lord. Tian Xiaoman came in front of Lin Ling and bowed. Her full breasts were exposed a little, revealing her alluring cleavage. However, she was grateful because at the most critical moment, Lin Ling reached out to help her. That's the result of your hard work. Do your best. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Tian Xiaoman stood up straight and the grateful smile on her face became even stronger. She looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes, no longer with the usual respect, but with a hint of worship. She suddenly smiled and said, since the Lord has taken out all the food, then eating and drinking will become a problem. Lin Ling shrugged and said calmly, no matter, I'll find a way. Moreover, everyone has hands and feet, so they can solve the problem of eating and drinking by themselves. Oh right, accompany me on a trip tomorrow. Yes. Yes, Lord. Yes. Tian Xiaoman nodded. The army still didn't move forward and stayed in the mountain range. After all, there were still some people with weak willpower who hadn't walked out of the illusion, so the others were waiting for them. The next day, Lin Ling looked at the map and then left with Tian Xiaoman. In this demon cloud mountain, the miasma and illusions have the greatest influence, but nothing else is affected. In fact, that's all there is to it. Right now, I want to go out of the demon cloud mountain to have a look, and I have to return to the barracks within 3 days, so you have to keep up with my speed. Rest assured, Lord, Xiaoman will definitely follow you. The two increased their speed and passed through the mountain like agile leopards. This was the southern sea region. After passing through the Devil Cloud Mountain, they arrived at a small town. This is Mountain View Town of the 100,000 Mountains, a small town. There are several small sects nearby, namely Flying Snow Palace, Mad Blade Sect, and Ancient Face Sect. The one in charge of this area is Supreme City's City Lord. This person is Wang Hai Wang's faction. Tian Xiaoman stopped at the top of a mountain and looked down at the small town. Long time no see, Mountain View Town, Ancient Face Sect. Lin Ling sighed. This was the place where he grew up. He sighed and said, let's go take a look at the small town. If there's a way to get some soldiers' pay, that would be even better. All right. Tian Xiaoman nodded. Both of them leaped down from the top of the mountain and entered the small town like ordinary cultivators. This place was just like Lin Ling had seen in the past. It hadn't changed much, and the streets were filled with cultivators. It seemed like the changes in the times hadn't affected this place. Of course, that was normal. The strength of this place was too weak, so it was naturally unable to arouse the interest of the various powers of Ocean of Cloud City. Moreover, this place was quite isolated from the rest of the world, so the strife between the powers of Ocean of Cloud City hadn't really affected this place. However, the strong were still respected here. Oh, you're quite beautiful. Your skin is like wheat, and you're sexy like a leopard. Why don't you accompany me for a night? Chapter 257. Guyan Sex People, Brother Lu, this girl's legs are very strong. If she clamps my waist, tsk, that kind of taste is not bad. The other youths were also lecherous. They were obviously attracted by Tian Xiaoman's unique aura. Of course, it was not only them, but many people on the street were also attracted. It was just that they seemed to be afraid of those youths, so they did not dare to join in. Get out of the way. Yes. Tian Xiaoman's face was indifferent. She did not show anger like other girls, but only disdain. After all, she was not an ordinary girl. Being able to command 50,000 soldiers, her temperament was naturally calm. What's more, with her strength, she did not put these people in her eyes. If it was in the past, she would have already killed them. But now, Lin Ling was by her side, and Lin Ling did not say anything, so she did not care too much. She was Lin Ling's subordinate, and her duty was to obey orders. Lin Ling looked at the youths with interest. Your clothes are very familiar. Are you Guyan sex disciples? Yes. Little brat, you have good eyesight. That girl is your servant, right? Hand her over to me, I'm in a good mood, so I'll spare your life. The young man with a face full of pimples looked at Lin Ling and sneered. When did Gu Yan's sect become so overbearing, daring to snatch a girl in broad daylight? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. Back then, he was the one who decided the situation of the 100,000 mountain range. He was also the one who decided who should be the sect leader of the Ancient Face sect. He did not expect that today, the Ancient Face sect did not seem to have changed. Instead, it seemed to be more overbearing than before. Humph, you came from the countryside, don't you know? Humph, the young man with a face full of pimples laughed disdainfully. In 100,000 mountain range, Gu Yan's sect is the father of the heavens, snatching a girl? If you make me unhappy, killing your whole family is not a problem. Humph, what great courage. I want to ask your sect leader, what did he promise me? Lin Ling's face also turned cold. When Mo Jingtian abdicated and a new sect leader took over, they agreed to make Gu Yan's sect more humane. Who knew that the new sect leader would deceive him? Junior brothers, did I hear wrong? He said that the sect leader had agreed to his request? Did he think of himself as a green onion? What a joke. The sect master of Gu Yan's sect is like the sky in the 100,000 great mountains. He has this opportunity to know the sect master. You really don't know how to brag. The young men were taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. The surrounding onlookers also burst into laughter. The current sect leader of the ancient Yen sect was equivalent to an emperor. Not to mention that young man, even the strongest cultivator of Mountain View Town would not dare to slight the sect leader of the ancient Yen sect. But now, this young man actually used a tone of condemnation to question the sect leader of the ancient Yen sect. This was simply overestimating his own capabilities. Kill him. Lin Ling sighed softly and waved his hand. He was too lazy to speak with these clowns. He was interested in meeting the sect leader. Kill me? You must be dreaming. The young man with a face full of pimples laughed mockingly. However, just as he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed over. With a plop, his head fell to the ground. Ah! You killed Elder Shang Yun's son. Ah! You're in big trouble. The young men at the side were stunned and immediately cried out in fear. They completely did not know that in the blink of an eye, the young man with a face full of pimples had died in front of them. You should take care of yourself first. Lin Ling said indifferently and then strode forward. Tian Xiaoman behind him naturally knew what to do. With a wave of her right hand, a tyrannical spirit energy erupted and dealt with those young men in a few breaths of time. With her strength, perhaps she could not be ranked in Cloud Sea City, but she did not care about a rural place like Mountain View Town. The street was silent. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They felt that something big was about to happen. The son of Elder Shang Yun of the ancient Yen sect was killed in Mountain View Town. This was simply going to incur the wrath of the ancient Yen sect. That young man and woman were dead for sure. In just a few breaths of time, the people on the street had distanced themselves from Lin Ling and Tian Xiaoman, deeply afraid of being implicated. However, Lin Ling was indifferent and continued to walk forward calmly. As for Tian Xiaoman, she kept following Lin Ling and revealed a disdainful smile towards the whispers in the surroundings. Ancient Yen sect? Was it very powerful? Not to mention Lord's army of tigers and wolves, even she could deal with it alone. These frogs at the bottom of a well. Lin Ling brought Tian Xiaoman along as he strolled, searching for memories of the past in Mountain View Town. The two of them were carefree, but huge waves surged in Mountain View Town. What? The son of Elder Shang Yun of the ancient Yen sect was killed? Heavens! Who is so bold? They're dead for sure, they're dead for sure. I'm afraid we'll be implicated as well. That person who dared to provoke the ancient Yen sect must have fled. You don't have to worry about that. That murderer did not leave, so the ancient Yen sect will not vent their anger on us. The murderer is currently strolling through the streets. The streets and alleys were filled with discussions, and the entire Mountain View town was in an uproar. What made them speechless was that after the young man killed someone, he still had the mood to stroll through the streets. Young master, you'd better leave quickly. The ancient Yen sect is not something you can provoke. Lin Ling was eating in a restaurant, and the restaurant owner advised him softly. Lin Ling poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, then smiled faintly and said, "Ancient Yen sect? Back then, I decided who their sect master would belong to. Now, I can also decide their existence." Young master, you. The restaurant owner was completely speechless. Was this little guy sick? Even at this time, he was still bragging. Sigh, forget it. I've already advised him. Let him pay the price of bragging. Beside Lin Ling, Tian Xiaoman looked at the restaurant owner as if she was looking at an idiot. Then, she was too lazy to pay attention to him and continued eating. Who killed my son? Get out here. At this time, a loud shout rang out in the sky above Mountain View town, shocking everyone to the point that their ears hurt. Everyone in Mountain View town was terrified. They're here, the ancient Yen sect is here. A large group of people wearing the ancient Yen sect's long robes, led by an old man, walked towards Lin Ling. Moreover, when they heard that the person who killed the son of the ancient Yen sect's elder did not run away, they were even eating and drinking in Mountain View town. This made them even angrier. Since a few years ago, when the young man from the Fire Ancient clan decided the strongest sect in the 100,000 mountains, the ancient Yen sect was the undisputed #1 sect in the 100,000 mountains. If they told people to go east, no one would dare to go west. If they told people to kneel, no one would dare to stand. They had supreme authority. Young master, you're on your own now. In the restaurant owner smiled bitterly and then fled. Everyone else also fled, leaving only Lin Ling and Tian Xiaoman in the restaurant. Everyone was watching from afar. When they saw the two of them still eating and drinking casually, they were speechless. Were the two of them scared out of their wits? Surround this place. After a large number of people from the ancient Yen sect arrived, they surrounded the restaurant. An old man looked coldly at the restaurant and shouted, "Who killed my son? Get out here." Chapter 258. Old friends meet, you can't even have a quiet meal. You're really courting death. A calm voice resounded from the restaurant, causing everyone to stare at him. That young master is still thinking about eating at a time like this? Everyone was speechless. Fine. You think there's no one left in my ancient face sect? No matter what your background is or where you're from, you're going to die here today. Attack. The old man was furious and waved his hand. That young man had killed his son, and that wasn't a big deal. Now that he'd personally come to capture the culprit, the young man was still acting so fearlessly. That was simply a slap to the ancient face sect's face. Xiaoman, I'll give you 15 minutes to deal with them. Right at that moment, a calm voice resounded from the restaurant. Swish. A silhouette shot out. It was a girl with wheat-colored skin. She had an exquisite figure and was brimming with wildness and charm. It made people secretly drool. Some were envious of that young man. However, many people rejoiced in his misfortune. Could it be that this girl alone wanted to stop Gu Yen sect? Kill. The old man spoke coldly, and a large number of ancient face sect disciples charged towards Tian Xiaoman. Who was Tian Xiaoman? She was a soldier, so it was naturally easy for her to kill decisively. Her slender legs stomped on the ground, and her figure transformed into a shapeless figure that shot into the midst of those disciples. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds resounded as those disciples were all killed. With their strength, how could they possibly resist the experts from Cloud Ocean City? So strong. The crowd was shocked. A woman who's only a little over 20 has actually attained the peak of the martial spirit realm. How formidable. The elder from Ancient Faith sect was shocked as well. That woman's strength was actually on par with his, and her natural talent seemed to be even greater than his. A single woman had swept away all the members of Ancient Faith sect. It was difficult to imagine how strong that young man who was still in the restaurant was. At that moment, the elder from Ancient Faith sect felt like he'd bitten off more than he could chew. After that, his expression changed drastically as he watched the woman charge towards him. Wait. I'm an elder of Ancient Faith sect. I know. Tian Shaoman spoke coldly. You can't touch me, or you'll suffer the wrath of the entire Ancient Faith sect. The elder shouted again. Is the Ancient Faith sect that great? Tian Shaoman smiled disdainfully. She did not put him in her eyes at all. With a wave of her right hand, a powerful spiritual chi burst out and severed the elder's lower limbs. Whether we live or die depends on you, Commander. After she was done, Tian Shaoman stretched lazily and walked back to the restaurant like a lazy kitten. Her posture was very seductive, but no one dared to think too much about it. That was a rose with thorns. Very slow. Looks like you have to train more. However, at this moment, the dissatisfied voice of the young man came from the restaurant, causing everyone to stare. One person defeated dozens of people, including an elder from the Guyan sect, and this was still considered slow? For a moment, the entire Mountain View town fell silent. After a long time, Lin Ling walked out of the restaurant and walked step by step toward the elder from the Guyan sect. He then looked at the elder condescendingly and said, The Guyan sect has disappointed me. What do you want? The Guyan sect is not something you can mess with. Let me tell you, the Guyan sect is backed by a young master from the Fire Ancient clan. If you dare to touch me, the Fire Ancient clan will not let you go. The elder from the Guyan sect said coldly. He seemed to have found something to rely on. Lin Ling listened quietly and could not help but shake his head and smile helplessly. A young master from the Fire Ancient clan? He did not expect that after a few years, the Guyan sect still regarded him as their protector. At the same time, they used his name to show off in the 100,000 mountains. Back then, when he handed over the position of sect master to Zhuo Lin, he had already reminded him that he did not want to see the Guyan sect follow the law of the jungle. At that time, Zhuo Lin agreed very quickly. However, who knew that it was just a verbal promise? Now, not only did the sect not change its style, but it became even worse. Your Excellency, you are very bold. You dare to touch the people of the Guyan sect in the 100,000 mountains. At this moment, a cold shout was heard, and a large number of people came over aggressively. The sect master of the Guyan sect is here. This time, the trouble is getting bigger and bigger. The crowd looked at the people coming from afar and were all shocked. Huh, boy, if you beg for mercy now, you might still be able to leave alive. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. On the ground, the elder from the Guyan sect laughed coldly. His laughter carried a strong sense of threat. Bang! Lin Ling stepped on the elder's face and said, "Shut up." Then, his eyes revealed a look of curiosity as he quietly waited for the arrival of the people in the distance. How dare you? You know that he is an elder of the Guyan sect and you dare to be rude. A young man shouted first. Behind him was a scholarly middle-aged man who was looking coldly at Lin Ling. This person was Zhuo Lin. Back then, Lin Ling had passed the position of sect master to him and asked Imo Jingtian to withdraw from the Guyan sect. Who do you think you are to be qualified to talk to my commander? Tian Shaoman suddenly shouted angrily. The young man's eyes flashed slightly. He was the youngest elder of the Guyan sect and had an illustrious reputation in the 100,000 mountains. However, after hearing Tian Shaoman's words, he was not angry. Instead, he looked at Tian Shaoman with a burning gaze. Your aptitude is not bad. You can be my disciple. The young man said indifferently. He had taken a liking to Tian Shaoman. This woman was wild and charming, extremely attractive. Haha. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. He was more and more disappointed in the Guyan sect. At this time, the young man was still thinking about beauty. You are not qualified to touch my people. You are not even allowed to think about it. Lin Ling waved his right hand and a flame shot out towards the young man. No one expected that the young man would still dare to make a move when the sect master of the Guyan sect was here. It was outrageous. Insignificant skill. After I kill you, your people will also become my disciple. The young man smiled disdainfully. He did not put Lin Ling's attack in his eyes. Qian Lin, be careful. Zhuo Lin was the same. However, when the flame came closer, he felt a terrifying force enveloping him. His face suddenly changed. Unfortunately, it was too late. That was the 9 underworlds' heavenly flame of the grand concept of fire. Once it touched the young man, he was instantly burned into nothing. How terrifying. This young man is stronger than that woman. The crowd gasped. A dignified elder of the Guyan sect could not withstand a single move. Who the hell are you? Zhuo Lin's face turned ugly as he stared coldly at Lin Ling. He did not know why, but Lin Ling gave him a sense of familiarity. However, he had been in contact with too many people in the past few years, so he could not remember who he was. The people behind him seemed to know that Lin Ling was not ordinary. One of them said indifferently, the Guyan sect is backed by the powerful Fire Ancient clan. Your Excellency should consider whether to oppose the Guyan sect. Lin Ling was indifferent. He looked at Zhuo Lin with his cold eyes. Zhuo Lin was still staring at Lin Ling, but his face gradually changed. He seemed to recognize Lin Ling. Are you the young master of the Lin family? Chapter 259. It's so quiet here. All those years ago, the young master of the Lin clan, Lin Ling, was the ancient face sect's backer, and the Fire Ancient clan from Ocean of Cloud City stood behind him. Was this young man the young master of the Lin family? They used the young master of the Lin family as their backer to flaunt their prowess. However, this kind of tyrannical behavior was used on the young master of the Lin family today. This made people extremely speechless. Great people often forget things. It took you so long to recognize me. Lin Ling shook his head. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Now, that young man had admitted it himself. Greetings, young master. Zhuo Lin's expression changed drastically, and then he bowed respectfully. If it weren't for Lin Ling, he wouldn't have been qualified to be the sect master of the Ancient Face sect. Moreover, he knew that everyone from the Fire Ancient clan was extremely powerful. No need for pleasantries. I just want to ask you, do you remember the promise you made back then? Lin Ling said coldly. Zhuo Lin suddenly smiled bitterly. Ever since Lin Ling left, he could still keep his promise and treat everyone equally. However, as Guyan's sect grew stronger and stronger, he gradually forgot about his promise and enjoyed the feeling of being above others. This led to the current Guyan sect being arrogant and domineering. It seems that you still remember that year, I said that I didn't want Guyan's sect to become a foul atmosphere, didn't want to be too tyrannical, didn't want to be fickle and warm, but you didn't do any of that Now, your hand has reached out to Mountain View Town, even worse than Mo Jingtian in the past. Lin Ling's face was extremely cold. Wait, young Master Lin, let me explain. Zhuo Lin said anxiously. His attitude was completely different from his arrogant attitude at the beginning, which shocked the people around him. At the same time, they also felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Zhuo Lin, who used to be tyrannical, finally had a day like this. There's no need to explain. I've said it before. Those who break their promises, die. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing Zhuo Lin's eyes to widen, feeling extremely unwilling in his heart. No matter what you do, as long as you make a mistake and violate the rules, then you should be punished. This is a principle that cannot be changed by heaven and earth. Do you want me to make a move, or do you want to end your own life? Let me give you a piece of advice. If I take action, Gu Yan's sect will cease to exist. Lin Ling's entire body was covered in flames. That shocking aura caused the surrounding people's faces to change drastically. Only now did they realize that this young man's strength was really strong. He was even more terrifying than the girl from before. Earth Spirit Realm. Zhuo Lin's expression also changed as he carefully sensed that Lin Ling's flames were even more terrifying than he'd imagined. It was likely that there would be few in the Earth Spirit Realm who would be his match. He couldn't help but sigh. Back then, Lin Ling was backed by the Fire Ancient Clan. In reality, he only valued the Fire Ancient Clan and didn't think much of Lin Ling. However, who would have known that a genius was a genius? That world wasn't something he could understand. In just a few short years, Lin Ling's strength had already surpassed his. I'll deal with it myself. Gu Yan's sect still has my friends, I don't want to implicate them. Zhuo Lin seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. In front of powerful strength, he had no ability to resist at all. Lin Ling nodded, but he didn't sympathize because he knew that because of Zhuo Lin's tyrannical behavior, countless people had died in his hands. He said faintly, "Do you regret it?" Zhuo Lin smiled bitterly. "If I had a choice, would have stuck to my original promise. Unfortunately, my temperament isn't firm enough." As soon as he finished speaking, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and he slowly fell down. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently, then left with Tian Xiaoman. Zhuo Lin's death was his own fault. Now that he was dead, he could be considered to have given the 100,000 mountains an explanation so that more cultivators wouldn't be bullied. Watching Lin Ling and Tian Xiaoman leave, Mountain View Town was silent. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the 100,000 mountains would undergo such a drastic change because of that young man. However, they were still very grateful to that young man. At least he had returned peace to the 100,000 mountains. After Lin Ling and Tian Xiaoman left, they continued on their way. Their destination this time was Supreme City. Young Master, the City Lord of Supreme City is an Earth Spirit Realm expert and also a subordinate of King Wang Hai. How do we get the army's pay? Tian Xiaoman asked as they walked. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Of course we borrow." "Of course." "Borrow?" "Of course." Tian Xiaoman blinked. Was it so easy to borrow? They probably wouldn't be willing to lend. However, she had always believed in Lin Ling's words, so she knew that the commander would definitely have a way. "Oh, the army's training is probably over. Let them come to Supreme City. It's time for them to rest for a few days," Lin Ling said while stroking his chin. The two walked in the mountains and soon appeared on a yellow road. This place could be considered prosperous. There were people walking on the yellow road from time to time. Some were driving carriages, some were driving water buffaloes. It had an ancient feel, different from the prosperity of Cloud Sea City. On the other hand, Lin Ling's aura had disappeared. He was like an ordinary youth, chatting and laughing with the passers-by, and occasionally helping some old people drive carriages. Through these people, Lin Ling also knew that the City Lord of Supreme City, Huang Tian, wasn't a good person. He bullied others and was simply a local tyrant. As expected, many people were secretly making a fortune with the changes of the times. Lin Ling laughed coldly in his heart and continued forward. Before long, dust filled the air behind the yellow road as a large group of carriages approached from afar. "Fuck off, the City Lord is returning to the city. Those who block the road will die." Roar. A loud shout sounded, causing the passers-by on the yellow road to be shocked, and then they all made way. Lin Ling looked at the group of carriages behind him, his eyes shining brightly. He said indifferently, "Stop him." "Yes." Tian Xiaoman nodded and moved, appearing in the middle of the yellow road. A powerful aura erupted. "Who dares to block the City Lord's carriage?" Roar. Tian Xiaoman said indifferently, Duke Duan's subordinate, Commander Lin is here. Roar. Wait. Calm. A calm voice sounded from the group of carriages, causing the carriages to stop. Then, a middle-aged man who was as fat as a ball walked down from the luxurious carriage. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was looking for something. City Lord Huang, you're looking for me, right? Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling's smiling voice sounded as he looked indifferently at the city lord. Huang Tian was also quietly looking at Lin Ling. The other party was Duke Duan's subordinate, Commander Lin. Who was Commander Lin? He didn't seem to have heard of this name. Moreover, this was a remote area. What was Commander Lin doing here? Because he didn't know the other party's background and purpose, Huang Tian was extremely polite. Most importantly, he sensed that the young man's cultivation realm wasn't low. He seemed to have reached the Earth Spirit realm. Although he was also at the Earth Spirit realm, his strength had long fallen after living like a prince for so many years. I'm Huang Tian. What business does Commander Lin have here? Huang Tian cupped his hands politely. No, I have nothing to do, so I'm just strolling around. All right. Lin Ling smiled indifferently, causing Huang Tian to relax a little. Some powerful cultivators would sometimes wander around to relax, so this was very normal. Chapter 260. Borrowing rations, all right. All right. The two of them mounted their horses and galloped toward Supreme City. Along the way, Lin Ling constantly conversed with Huang Tian, which gave Huang Tian a good impression of him. Lin Ling also roughly understood the situation in Supreme City from Huang Tian's mouth. That city was truly a city of tyrants. This Huang Tian had plundered countless people's wealth over the years. If he didn't rob this kind of person, he would be letting down the second prince. When the carriage arrived at Supreme City, Huang Tian began to receive Lin Ling politely. Lin Ling didn't say a word about his purpose until the next day. He then invited Huang Tian to a restaurant for a meal. After the meal, he smiled and said, City Lord Huang, I am flattered by your hospitality. However, there is something in my heart that I don't know if I should say it or not. All right. After a day of interaction, Lin Ling gave Huang Tian the impression that he was amiable and occasionally hedonistic. This made Huang Tian think that Lin Ling was a descendant of some great clan that was out on a trip. We are all working for the Cloud Sea Empire and are worried about the country and the people. Commander Lin, please speak your mind. Huang Tian said extremely politely. Worried about the country and the people? Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. He had already seen the city lord residence was overflowing with wealth, and many people in the city couldn't even afford to eat. This Huang Tian actually had the nerve to say that he was worried about the country and the people? Furthermore, the Sky Fragrant City was currently lacking in soldiers and rations. If he was really worried about the country and the people, why didn't he support them? He even ignored Huang Tian's superior, the Wang Hai King. In the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, only the second prince would send troops to support the Sky Fragrant City. It's nothing much. I just want to borrow some rations from you. Lin Ling smiled and said. Once this statement was out, Huang Tian's heart turned cold. So this was Commander Lin's idea. Unfortunately, he found the wrong person. He smiled and said, Commander Lin is the one leading the troops. This one will naturally support you with all my strength. Unfortunately, Supreme City isn't a land of riches. This city lord's sleeves are like the wind, and it is hard for me to take out any rations. How about this? This one will privately take out 100 stones of rations to support Commander. Yes. His words were filled with righteousness, as though he was bleeding in order to support Lin Ling. 100 dawn of grain and fodder? It was only enough for 10 people for 5 days. This Huang Tian was really stingy. City Lord Huang is righteous. We don't need that much, nor can we take that much. Why don't we take it ourselves? Lin Ling said with a faint smile. When Huang Tian heard that, he was delighted. It would be even better if he could take it. There were only 2 of them, how much could they take? He immediately nodded and said, Commander Lin is really considerate. Actually, even for the Supreme City, 100 dan of grain is extremely difficult. For Commander Lin to be considerate, this is the blessing of the people of the Supreme City. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. That's right, that's right. After saying that, he nodded to Tian Xiaoman behind him. Tian Xiaoman understood him and walked out in large strides. Take it yourself. That wasn't a mere 100 dan of grain and provisions. The 2 of them continued to eat and drink. Not long after, an adjutant anxiously ran in and said, Not good, my lord. I don't know when, but several thousand people have arrived in the city. They are now robbing the manor of its provisions. They are not letting anything go. What? Huang Tian's expression changed and he immediately stood up. City Lord Huang, don't worry. Those are my people. I only asked them to take some grain and provisions. They won't take a lot. City Lord Huang, don't worry. Lin Ling leisurely picked up the wine glass and took a sip. That's right. But they even took all the horses, weapons, and spirit crystals. And they are even giving out grain to the people. The adjutant anxiously said. How dare you? Humph. Huang Tian's eyes narrowed and he coldly looked at Lin Ling. If he still didn't understand what was going on, then he would be an idiot. This Lin Ling was actually robbing the city lord manor under the pretense of borrowing grain and provisions. Commander Lin, shouldn't you give me an explanation? This is robbery. Don't forget, I am Wang Hai King's man. Huang Tian's aura spread out. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was indifferent and continued to drink. Robbery? City Lord Huang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Humph. Bastard. Rage. Huang Tian flew into a rage. His aura exploded out like a tiger and pressed down on Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood up and lightly patted Huang Tian's shoulder with his right hand. An even more powerful aura pressed down. His expression also became cold. I already said it was borrowing, but you insist on saying it was robbery. You are falsely accusing me. City Lord Huang, don't go too far. Rage. Go too far? Huang Tian was so angry that he almost lost his mind. Who was the one going too far? A few thousand of you stole my grain and now you have the nerve to say that I'm going too far? Moreover, this is robbery, not borrowing. All right, Commander Lin, you are very arrogant. But when my 10,000 troops return, you are dead. Huang Tian's expression was extremely cold. Lin Ling chuckled and slapped Huang Tian. His tyrannical strength sent Huang Tian sprawling on the ground. Then he indifferently said, Men, tie him up. Tie? You dare to tie me up? I am the city lord personally appointed by the Cloud Sea Empire, and I am also one of the Wang Hai King's people. You have kicked an iron plate. When my 10,000 troops return, you will definitely regret it. Huang Tian was tied up, but he still angrily spoke. Huh, is that so? Then come with me to take a look. All right. Lin Ling faintly smiled and brought Huang Tian to the top of the restaurant. After a moment, he stood on the roof and looked into the distance. Outside the Supreme City, there was a densely packed army of 50,000. Huang Tian's eyes widened in fright. His entire body went cold, and the smell of urine wafted out. His pants were also wet. He originally thought that Lin Ling was just a small commander and that having a few thousand subordinates was already giving him enough face. But who would have thought that Lin Ling actually had 50,000 people? Brothers, City Lord Huang has over 10,000 troops stationed in the city. Did you properly receive them? Yes. Lin Ling loudly shouted into the distance. Boom! Soaring murderous aura surged out, causing the clouds in the sky to disperse. Ever since they started cultivating in the Devil Cloud Mountain, their aura had become even sharper. Right now, they were like a real army. Moreover, the murderous aura was so strong that it seemed like there were over 1,000 of them. It was even stronger than some veteran troops. Reporting to the commander, we have already received the troops stationed in the city. Boom! A loud roar that shook the heavens and earth rang out. Everyone spoke. Huang Tian's lips were trembling. Then, he looked carefully and discovered that his 10,000 troops stationed in the city were tied up. Each of them had a bitter smile on their faces. How could this be? Could it be that in the short time it took to eat a meal, all of his people were tied up? What kind of army did Lin Ling lead? It was so terrifying. City Lord Huang, I am sorry, but your troops have already been dealt with. I have made you wait in vain. Lin Ling faintly smiled, squatted down, and patted Huang Tian's chubby face. Huang Tian bitterly smiled, Commander Lin, take whatever you want. But please spare me. I am only a subordinate of the Wang Hai King. All right. Chapter 261. Chapter 261 Tianxiang Ancient City. Humph, Wang Hai Wang is a big shot. Even if he were in front of me, I wouldn't give him any face. Killing you will only dirty my hands. I will bring you with me to the ancient city of Tianxiang, and we will fight against the enemies together. Lin Ling sneered. No, I won't go there even if you beat me to death. Huang Tian shouted crazily as tears flowed out of his eyes. The heavenly fragrance ancient city was currently in the middle of a war. If he went there, he would most likely die. Take him away. Lin Ling waved his hand and the soldiers brought Huang Tian away. At this time, Tian Xiaoman ran over happily, Commander Lin, we found 10,000 spirit crystals and countless rations. This city Lord Huang is really a greedy official. Lin Ling was also a little surprised, but he smiled and said, take all the spirit crystals. As for the provisions, after distributing them to the soldiers, leave the surplus for the people in the city. After that, rest for 3 days, and then set out for Tianxiang City. Yes. In the next few days, the army relaxed quite a bit, while Lin Ling entered a state of cultivation. He was getting closer and closer to the middle stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. As long as he reached the middle stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, he was confident that he would become an invincible existence within the Earth Spirit Realm with his 2 great concepts of fire. 3 days later, the army set out once again, majestically heading towards Tianxiang City. Along the way, they arrived at the Red Gobi Desert. Looking around, the entire land was red. When the cold wind blew, a few stalks of grass could be vaguely seen swaying in the wind, giving people a feeling of desolation. This was the border between the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Snake Swamp Kingdom. The Shizai Kingdom, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and the Stone Saint Kingdom were collectively known as the 3 kingdoms of the Cloud region. They were usually enemies, especially the Shizai Kingdom and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The conflict between the 2 kingdoms could be traced back to 1,000 years ago. So, Snake Swamp Country had become restless and eager to take advantage of the changes in Ocean of Cloud City. On the other hand, Lin Ling didn't have any thoughts of worrying about the country or its people. This was the general trend, and he couldn't change anything by himself. Therefore, this time, he came out to do his part and improve his strength at the same time. The Divine Incense Kingdom is in the southeast. The general guarding the city is named Zhang Sanshan. He is a famous general from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and has tyrannical strength. Furthermore, he is extremely loyal and devoted. He has 300,000 valiant generals under his command and has yet to join any camp. Tian Xiaoman explained. Lin Ling nodded. How many experts did the Snake Swamp Country send this time? According to the information, it is 500,000. It seems like they are determined to break into the Sky Fragrance Ancient City and invade the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Tian Xiaoman continued. Lin Ling frowned. Then, He waved his hand and led the army towards Tianxiang City. At this moment, a huge battle was taking place in the distant Sky Fragrance ancient city. A tall and sturdy old man was standing on top of the city wall, looking into the distance with a hint of worry in his eyes. The Snake Swamp country is coming with great momentum. If the city wall is broken, then we will have no advantage to speak of. Sigh. Currently, the Sky Fragrance ancient city was the last line of defense. Using this ancient city, the Snake Swamp country's army didn't attack for the time being. However, this was only temporary. After all, the enemy had more soldiers and more generals. They had more than double the number of generals on Zhang Sanshan's side. Old friend, why don't we give up on this city? Sigh. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man's voice echoed. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize this person. Who else could it be but Tian Chu? Easier said than done. Sigh. Zhang Sanshan shook his head. If I were to give up now, I would be handing over half of the kingdom to the Snake Swamp Kingdom. If they were to enter the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, it would be as easy as entering a no-man's land. Furthermore, King Yunhai had conferred me the title of King of the Tri-Mountain. I naturally cannot disappoint him and will continue to guard the city. Sigh. With that, he sighed again. The Cloud Sea Empire is in a state of flux. Various powers are eyeing us covetously. We have endless internal troubles, but we have never thought about external enemies. Right now, you and your student are the only ones who have come to help me. Sigh. Tian Chu also sighed softly. Among the experts from the Cloud Sea City, only he and his students were here. However, this help was obviously not enough. Not good. General Lang Yi is leading troops to attack from the southeast. Right at this moment, a soldier came to report. Zhang Sanshan and Tian Chu instantly revealed a worried expression. They were currently guarding the main city and couldn't divert their attention to the southeast to help. Furthermore, the enemy was very cunning. The main general had been watching them. If they left, the main city would be in danger. Over there is one of my deputies and that last Yuman Yun. I'm afraid the two of them won't be able to defend the city. Tian Chu, go and help them. Zhang Sanshan said. Tian Chu shook his head. If I leave, the main city won't be able to defend by yourself. We will have fallen into the enemy's trap. We can only hope that they will be lucky. Sigh. But that last Yuman Yun. Zhang Sanshan was in a difficult position. Tian Chu's expression dimmed as well. General, look. There is a large group of unfamiliar soldiers rushing over. Sigh. Right at this moment, a soldier yelled anxiously. Zhang Sanshan's body trembled as he looked into the distance. He saw a large group of soldiers rushing over like tigers and wolves. Everywhere they passed, the soldiers of the Snake Swamp Kingdom were all wiped out. What a good army. They are full of spirit and murderous aura. They have killed their way into the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's prestige. The leader of this army is definitely amazing. Zhang Sanshan praised. Furthermore, they are rushing to the southeast. They are obviously going to help. I wonder who is helping us. Tian Chu's spirit was also shaken. Both of them looked forward to it at the same time. At this moment, in the tall city in the southeast, the battle was still ongoing. Tens of thousands of people were fighting. Kiki, Yuman Yun is said to be the little princess of the Cloud Sea Empire that hasn't been announced. It is rumored that this woman is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Furthermore, her strength is tyrannical. Such a beauty should belong to the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Little ones, break through the city walls and capture Yuman Yun alive. Kiki. A youth was riding on a giant snake that was over 10 meters long. He looked forward and sneered. Subsequently, he leaped forward and swooped forward like a giant bird. Worthy of being one of the top 10 commanders of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. Commander she-haired is formidable. Capture Yuman Yun alive. The southeast city is going to be breached. Kiki. A large number of soldiers from the Snake Swamp Kingdom were yelling, and their morale was greatly boosted. On the other side, under the giant city walls, a woman wearing white armor was using all her strength to defend against the enemy. She was dripping with sweat, and her delicate face was covered in sweat. The jade-colored guzheng in her hand was constantly emitting sound waves, destroying wave after wave of enemies. However, her face was getting paler. It was obvious that she was exhausted and didn't have enough spirit chi. Lady Yuman-yun, quickly retreat into the city. I will block this place. An adjutant beside her said anxiously. If I retreat, the southeast city will definitely be breached. That white-armored woman shook her head and said. But you have a priceless body. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain to the Lord? That adjutant was even more anxious. You don't have to explain because you are already dead. Humph. At this moment, a figure leaped over with surging killing intent. With a wave of his right hand, a giant green snake head appeared and swallowed that adjutant. Lord Hu. Lord Hu. Chapter 262. Celestial Troops and Generals, Yuman-yun. TSK. As expected of a top-notch beauty in the Cloud Sea City. However, you should worry about yourself. That figure let out a lewd laugh. He reached out with one hand in the air, and his hand actually turned into a huge snake that coiled around the white-armored woman. Even if I die, I will not be captured by you. Yes. The white-armored woman's beautiful eyes revealed a resolute expression. She would rather die in battle than become a captive. Moreover, if she became a captive, with the ferocious character of the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom, she would probably suffer a fate worse than death. That is not up to you. Yes. That terrifying giant snake moved even faster. The white-armored woman had been fighting for a long time, and it seemed like she couldn't stop that snake at all. Aren't you being too arrogant by coming to my Heaven Mystic's kingdom to behave atrociously? Yes. Right at this moment, an icy cold voice echoed. It was ethereal and dreamy as though it came from the horizon. Everyone looked over and saw a sword light slashing down from the horizon like a dazzling sun. Swish. That sword light slashed the giant snake's body, and it was sliced into two. Ah. Ah. At the same time, a painful voice echoed. The commander of the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom was rubbing his arm and had an extremely awful expression. His arm had been severed. The surroundings were in absolute silence. All the soldiers stopped fighting and had eyes of disbelief. That man was one of the top 10 commanders of the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom and was ranked 9th. He was formidable and had the reputation of being invincible. However, someone had severed his arm today. If they didn't witness it with their own eyes, everyone would think that they were dreaming. Who goes there? Ah. The snake-haired commander roared with rage while his strange green eyes stared into the distance. Lin Ling. Ah. An icy cold voice echoed from afar, causing the snake-haired commander's eyes to narrow. The white-armored woman was stunned for a moment before she revealed a smile that was like a spring breeze. Her entire body went limp as though that person's arrival could finally allow her to rest. My lord, it's not good. A huge army is coming from behind, and they are very strong. We can't stop them at all. Ah. The Serpentine Swamp Kingdom instantly panicked. The snake-haired commander looked into the distance and had an extremely awful expression. He was so close to returning with a victory, but he was interrupted. Who was this Lin? Why wasn't he famous in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom? Retreat. The snake-haired commander waved his hand. Since you've come, why leave? The cold voice sounded again. The sword was like a flying swan, cutting through everything. With a swoosh, the snake-haired commander's head fell off. Ah, one of the 10 commanders, Snake Hair, has fallen in battle. Run. The Snake Swamp Country soldiers were stunned, then they became even more frightened. They frantically retreated, but this kind of panicked retreat made it even easier to kill them. For a moment, shouts of killing filled the air, and the area far away from the city walls was in complete chaos. As for the soldiers guarding the city walls, their eyes were wide open as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. In the distance, that army was brimming with killing intent, like an army of tigers and wolves. Where exactly did they come from? Who was the commander of such a huge army? After a long time, a large number of soldiers walked over in a grandiose manner. The young man in the lead was dressed in white armor. His cape fluttered in the wind, and he held a long sword in his hand. His expression was calm. What a valiant commander! All the soldiers only had this sentence in their hearts. The young man walking over in the distance had an indifferent aura, and he was as handsome as dust. He attracted their attention. Who is this young general? One of the old soldiers murmured. Hearing that voice, Yu Munyun couldn't help but smile. Her beautiful eyes also stared at the young man walking over in the distance. She didn't know why, but at this moment, the young man was like a dazzling star. The aura he emitted attracted her. He's Lin Ling. Yu Munyun smiled and said. Heroes indeed come from the young. That veteran sighed. Then, when the soldiers beside him heard that sentence, their blood boiled, and they all shouted, Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Previously, they had almost died on the battlefield. Although as soldiers, they shouldn't be afraid of death, they didn't want to die unwillingly. They wanted to kill more enemies with their own hands. At that critical moment, an army came from the horizon and killed the enemies. Under the leadership of a young commander, the crisis on their side was resolved. The crisis on their side was resolved, and it was undoubtedly a huge help to the entire battle. Commander Yu, that young man is truly extraordinary. That veteran spoke beside Yu Munyun. Yu Munyun looked at the young man with her beautiful eyes and nodded. Not only is he outstanding in both civil and martial arts, but he is also the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He is also the #1 prodigy and the youngest prodigy who defeated the martial arts champion. Tisk tisk. That veteran gasped while the surrounding soldiers were even more excited. With such an expert assisting them, it was simply a gift from the heavens. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. The cheers were even more intense. From a distance, Lin Ling strolled over. When he heard the enthusiastic cheers, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Previously, he felt that the battle here was even more intense, so he brought the army over. He didn't expect to receive such treatment. Yu Munyun. Soon enough, Lin Ling saw a familiar face. Little sir, how have you been? Yu Munyun ran over with a smile on her delicate face. She placed her hands behind her back, and she was different from her usual quiet self. Right now, she was behaving like a little girl. Of course, when Lin Ling came from the horizon like a peerless hero who led the celestial troops and killed the enemy with a single sword, it had already left a deep shadow in her heart. Why are you here? Are you wearing armor? Lin Ling was rather surprised as he smiled and sized up Yu Munyun. In his impression, Yu Munyun was like a virtuous lady who was educated and well-mannered. This was his first time seeing her wearing armor. This armor wrapped around Yu Munyun's graceful and delicate body. Her slender legs were white like jade, and they might be stained with blood, but they had a different kind of attractiveness. As for her upper body, her perky twin peaks were wrapped in armor, making her look like a shy little white rabbit. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He didn't expect Yu Munyun's figure to be so hot. Yu Munyun felt that Lin Ling was sizing her up, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Then, she coughed softly. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head awkwardly, and the two of them started chatting. The soldiers in the distance secretly smiled. From afar, the young girl was like a fairy, and the young man was like a heavenly general. In this battlefield filled with smoke, it had to be said that it was an extremely attractive scene. After a long time, Lin Ling also understood why Yu Yun had come. She was here to help Zhang Sanshan, and the heavenly melody cultivator came with her. Let's go, I'll bring you to see them. After chatting for a while, Yu Yun held Lin Ling's hand and happily walked into the city. However, after walking for more than 10 meters, her pretty face turned even redder. She was too happy earlier that she actually forgot that men and women shouldn't touch each other. Moreover, she was the one who took the initiative to hold Lin Ling's hand. This was undoubtedly the first time for Yu Yun, who had been educated and well-mannered since she was young. Chapter 263. Heaven's Mandate General, everyone, enter the city. Lin Ling turned around and spoke to his army. Immediately after, 50,000 men entered the city one after another. In the previous battle, they didn't suffer much losses, and only 10 of them were injured. This meant that the training in the Devil Cloud Mountain was effective. Of course, apart from Lin Ling, it was impossible for anyone else to train their subordinates like this. Firstly, Lin Ling had the antidote elixir. Secondly, it was naturally Lin Ling's eyes. He was able to find the most crucial part of the illusion realm. If others entered the Devil Cloud Mountain, they would have to deal with different illusions. At this moment, the city was bustling. The citizens were welcoming Lin Ling's army. The enthusiasm made Lin Ling's army feel proud. This was the first time they experienced the feeling of being admired. They couldn't help but admire their commander even more. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's army has retreated. Right at this moment, an excited voice echoed in the streets of the Sky Fragrance ancient city. All the citizens were even happier. Which powerful general is helping me, Zhang Sanshan? A stalwart figure walked over in large strides under the respectful eyes of the citizens in the city. At this moment, that person seemed to be extremely happy. The battle in the southeastern city was of great importance. Currently, the two armies were in a stalemate, and all the forces were facing each other. The southeastern city was like a line of defense. If it was breached, it would affect the entire situation. At the beginning, Zhang Sanshan was very worried. He didn't expect for a new force to emerge at the crucial moment and save the entire Sky Fragrance ancient city. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked out and bowed respectfully. Zhang Sanshan was a hot-blooded and unyielding man. When the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom was in internal strife, he didn't consider his own future. Instead, he led the army to guard the border. Just this courage and action alone was worthy of Lin Ling's admiration. Lin Ling admitted that he wasn't a saint. He couldn't do this and only wanted to protect his family. However, it didn't stop him from admiring people like Zhang Sanshan. Sure enough, heroes come from the youth. You don't even look like you're 20 years old. You're such a genius, amazing, amazing. When Zhang Sanshan saw Lin Ling, his eyes flashed. He didn't expect that the person who helped him was actually a handsome young man. General, you flatter me. I'm just doing my part. Lin Ling said modestly. Young geniuses nowadays are always boasting about their achievements and achievements. It's rare to see someone as humble as Commander Lin. Zhang Sanshan laughed heartily. Hee, brother, if you knew about the miracle he created, you would be even more surprised at his calmness. At this moment, a slender figure walked over with a smile. It was the heavenly melody cultivator. After he walked in, he bowed slightly to Lin Ling. His attitude was extremely polite, and he did not put on the airs of an elder. This was because he had always admired Lin Ling's way of music. Oh! Zhang Sanshan's eyes lit up. He knew that this brother of his was arrogant and didn't take anyone seriously. But this brother of his had actually bowed, and it made him curious. The heavenly melody cultivator smiled and slowly described the miracle Lin Ling had created in Ocean of Cloud City. On the other hand, Zhang Sanshan's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and then he gasped in the end. This young man really isn't simple. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. He'd thought that the Heavenly Melody cultivator was an honest person who was usually elegant and courteous. But he'd never expected that the Heavenly Melody cultivator would use such exaggerated adjectives when talking about him, and it made him feel slightly embarrassed. "Young sir, you must play a song for me when you're free." The Heavenly Melody cultivator grinned and didn't forget his objective. Lin Ling's smile grew even more helpless, but he still smiled and nodded. Commander Lin's arrival today will definitely cause the Ophidian Kingdom to be puzzled. They probably won't dare to attack in the short term. So, we'll hold a banquet tonight to welcome Commander Lin. Zhang Sanshan spoke boldly. At this moment, he needed to boost their morale, and he also wanted to thank Lin Ling for coming to help. For a time, the entire ancient sky fragrance city was bustling with noise and excitement. The lively atmosphere lasted until the next day. Early in the morning, a group of carriages approached from afar. There weren't many people in the group, but the carriages were beautifully decorated, and it was obvious that the people who had come were of high status. "Open the city gates. General Tianming has arrived. He's been ordered by His Majesty, the Third Prince, to assist in the war in ancient sky fragrance city and unify the army." A loud shout resounded from the city gates, and it shocked many people to the point their expressions changed slightly. "General Tianming? Who is that?" The city gates slowly opened, and the group of carriages entered in an imposing manner. A tall middle-aged man with a fair complexion walked out of the carriage, and his gaze swept through the ancient sky fragrance city as a wisp of a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Zhang Sanshan and the others naturally came over when they heard the commotion, and all of them looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. "Who's General Zhang?" The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. "I'm General Zhang Sanshan. May I ask who you are?" Zhang Sanshan walked out and looked at the man in confusion. "You're Zhang Sanshan? It's better to meet you in person than to hear about you. His Majesty, the Third Prince, is benevolent. He's very fond of the war in ancient sky fragrance city, so he sent me, Mo Qianji, to assist." The middle-aged man took out a token and said calmly, but his voice carried a hint of arrogance. "Mo Qianji?" Zhang Sanshan's eyes narrowed. He had heard of this person before. It was said that he was a strategist under the Third Prince. Now, the Second Prince had sent Lin Ling to assist, and so had the Third Prince. But he looked around and realized that there were only 100 people behind Mo Qianji. So few people were here to assist the ancient sky fragrance city? At least, the Second Prince had sent Lin Ling, and he had brought 50,000 soldiers with him. Lin Ling was also in the crowd, and he looked at the middle-aged man with a mocking smile on his face. "Assist? What a nice way to put it. How can such few people help? I thank His Majesty, the Third Prince." Although there were only a few people, and there were no signs of them helping, Zhang Sanshan still bowed. "Humph, General Zhang, the war has been going on for 3 months. Not only did you not defeat the enemy, you even caused the ancient sky fragrance city to be in danger. Do you know your crime? His Majesty, the Third Prince, will not punish you because you're an old general. However, you must hand over your position as a general and the token." Zhang Sanshan bowed politely, but Mo Qianji snorted disdainfully and shouted. "What?" Everyone's face changed. After Mo Qianji arrived, he borrowed the Third Prince's name. Not only did he not help, but he even arrogantly stripped Zhang Sanshan of his position as a general and claimed that he was doing it for justice. This Mo Qianji was too despicable. The eyes of all the soldiers and commoners turned red. In their hearts, Zhang Sanshan was a god of war that was revered by all. He relied on 300,000 soldiers and didn't rely on a single soldier or grain from the Cloud Sea Empire to withstand the suppression of 500,000 soldiers from the Snake Swamp country and protect the homes of countless civilians. Was Zhang Sanshan guilty? No, not at all. Chapter 264. Little man, shut up. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak to me? Be careful, or I'll kill you immediately. Mo Qianji coldly harumphed. That commander didn't dare to speak anymore. His face turned red from anger. After all, Mo Qianji was favored by the third prince. They could not afford to offend him. I can give up my position, but I have to give it to a good general. Otherwise, I would be letting down my brothers. Zhang Sanshan took a deep breath and looked at the soldiers around him. His words caused the eyes of many soldiers to turn red. Although Zhang Sanshan didn't join any faction, he was loyal to the Cloud Sea Empire. Therefore, since the third prince's words represented the Cloud Sea Empire, he would listen to them. You don't have to worry about that. He's just an old general. Does he really think that he's a war god? Humph, in my eyes, you're nothing but trash. Mo Qianji said sarcastically. Then, he looked at the soldiers coldly and said, "Everyone, listen to my order. Assemble the army and launch an attack on the Ophidian kingdom in 3 days." What? Everyone's eyes narrowed. The Snake Swamp country had an army of 500,000, while their side only had 300,000. If they were to attack, it would be a head-on clash, which would be equivalent to throwing away their lives. Mo Qianji, do you even know how to fight? Zhang Sanshan roared. I don't know how to fight? Could it be that you know? Humph, I want to ask you, where is your morale? As a soldier, you are not afraid of shedding blood in order to protect your country. But you are hesitating, especially you, Zhang Sanshan. You are a commander, but you are afraid to fight. You don't deserve your title as a general. Mo Qianji's face became even colder. Then, he shouted, "Men, take Zhang Sanshan away." A few people walked out from behind him, wanting to tie up Zhang Sanshan. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light slashed out, cutting those people in half, and blood flowed all over the ground. Who are you? How dare you kill my men? Mo Qianji's eyes narrowed. His eyes were filled with anger. He was a general personally appointed by the third prince. He had never thought that someone would dare to not give him face. Your men. Are you very big? Right at this moment, a low voice sounded out. Under the gazes of everyone present, a handsome young man walked out with an icy expression. Commander Lin. Looking at the youth, many people revealed looks of anticipation. It had to be known that in the battle not long ago, Commander Lin had defeated one of the 10 commanders of the Snake Swamp country, deciding the end of the battle. In their hearts, Commander Lin's prestige was only inferior to Zhang Sanshan's. Senior Zhang Sanshan was loyal and had always believed in the words of the Cloud Sea Empire, but Commander Lin might not. Moreover, Commander Lin came from the second prince's faction. How dare you? Do you want to anger the third prince? Mo Qianji was even angrier. He took a step forward and glared at Lin Ling. Whoosh! The answer to his question was the sword gleam. His trusted aide beside him was killed once again. The third prince's men? Is it that great? Lin Ling held his sword at an angle, his face cold. This Mo Qianji was too shameless and petty. He had only brought 100 men, yet he arrogantly claimed that they were only here to assist. Those 100 men would not be of much help to the battle at all. Moreover, the most important thing was that this man was so arrogant that he even dismissed General Zhang from his position and pushed all the blame to General Zhang. He did not even know how the battle was going. It was obvious that this Mo Qianji was someone who only knew how to flatter the third prince. He didn't know how to fight at all. Such a petty person dared to call himself a general. Who are you? Lin Ling's cold aura made Mo Qianji not dare to underestimate him. He was only a strategist and not a general. The reason he could come here to show off was because of the third prince's reputation. Lin Ling. Lin Ling said coldly. His gaze towards Mo Qianji was filled with ridicule and disdain. Lin Ling. Mo Qianji's face changed. He came from the inner city of Cloud Sea City. Naturally, he had heard of Lin Ling's name. During this period of time, Lin Ling's reputation was like the sun in the sky. Lin Ling, what do you want to do? I was personally appointed by the third prince to support this battle. Taking a deep breath, Mo Qianji forced himself to calm down. Support? You only brought 100 men and you dare to say that you're here to support. The third prince is really shameless. Rather than support, it's better to say that you're here to support General Zhang's army. Lin Ling said coldly, I don't care what you're here for. I'll only give you 2 choices. 1. Shut your mouth. 2. Go to the battlefield yourself. Otherwise, I'll kill you on the spot. Sometimes, there was no need to be polite to this kind of petty person who only knew how to talk and not do. What? Me? Go to the battlefield? I'm a general. How can I go to the battlefield? Mo Qianji's pupils constricted. Swish. Lin Ling's sword hung on Mo Qianji's neck. Trash. You don't even dare to go to the battlefield yourself. What qualifications do you have to reprimand the soldiers? 300,000 soldiers against 500,000 soldiers. Moreover, the 300,000 soldiers don't have any backup. On the other hand, the 500,000 soldiers of the Snake Swamp country have sufficient provisions. You want us to meet force with force? Only you can think of such a thing. Is your brain filled with shit? You dare to scold me? Mo Qianji's face was extremely ugly. Kneel. Lin Ling's voice became even colder. You want me to kneel? I came here to unify the soldiers and be a general. Mo Qianji couldn't believe his ears. He came here to be a general. In the end, he had to kneel before even establishing his prestige. What dignity would he have left as a general? If you don't kneel, you'll die. You're just the third prince's men. It's not like I haven't killed them before. Lin Ling's sword moved closer to Mo Qianji. Mo Qianji's pupils constricted. Looking at the cold gaze of the young man in front of him, he suddenly had a feeling that this young man wasn't like Zhang Sanshan. His heart was higher than the sky, and his arrogance reached the clouds. He wasn't bound by the imperial power of the Cloud Sea Empire. He wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Suddenly, he regretted it. If he knew that Lin Ling was here, he would have kept a low profile. Plop. Mo Qianji knelt down. His face was green and red, and his heart was deeply humiliated. Although the surroundings were silent, many people were secretly laughing while covering their mouths. This Mo Qianji had thought that he was superior and wanted to unify the ancient sky-fragrant city. However, he didn't expect that he would kick an iron plate. That young man was not afraid of him at all. Scram. Lin Ling coldly spat out a word. Mo Qianji didn't dare to say anything else. He led his men and fled into the city. His eyes were filled with resentment. Commander Lin, Commander Lin. After a short moment of silence, a large number of cheers were heard. They were soldiers of the Cloud Sea Empire. They didn't dare to speak in front of their superiors. Only Lin Ling dared to stand up for them. Commander Lin. Zhang Sanshan looked at Lin Ling with gratitude in his eyes. Previously, if Mo Qianji wanted to remove him from his position, he would have given up his position even if he wasn't willing. Fortunately, Lin Ling stood up for him. No matter where you are, there will always be people like eunuchs. General, don't mind them. Lin Ling kept his sword and looked at Zhang Sanshan with a smile. To him, Mo Qianji was just a disgusting eunuch from the previous world. Eunuch? Chapter 265. Cold Moon High Song Bang. Bang. Right now, in one of the barracks of the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army, a youth in luxurious embroidered clothes smashed his wine cup on the ground and had an extremely unpleasant expression. Your Majesty, please calm down. There was a sudden change in the war situation. A powerful army suddenly appeared and was led by a young commander, which caused the situation to change. A stalwart man knelt on one knee. This man had long, dark green hair that looked like snakes. She-haired is also dead. He was one of the top 10 commanders in the fierce Fang Imperial City, and he was actually killed by the enemy. Who exactly is the enemy? Why are we so familiar with the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but we still don't know their background? The youth in luxurious embroidered clothes spoke angrily. He looked as handsome as a demon, and his hair was long and thin like red snakes. It is still unknown. The stalwart man replied respectfully. Bring the heavenly concubine up. The youth in luxurious embroidered clothes yelled out. Soon enough, a young lady was brought up. This young lady had an absolute beauty and was tall and slender. She had a graceful body and was wearing a light green long gown. Under the illumination of the candlelight, she looked like a woman who didn't belong to the mortal world. She didn't have a devastatingly beautiful appearance, and her face was pale and bloodless. However, she was extremely pleasing to the eye. Her pair of large eyes were filled with wisdom, and when one looked into her eyes, it gave off a lovely and touching feeling. Heavenly concubine, didn't you say that everything is in your control? Looking at the young lady, the youth in luxurious embroidered clothes wasn't so angry anymore. It was unknown why, but that young lady had an innate feeling that made people unable to control their anger and pity her. The laws of heaven and earth are still circulating without any changes. However, a strange star appeared and disrupted the changes in the entire situation. This strange star is the person that will affect the entire battlefield. The young lady spoke calmly. The youth in luxurious embroidered clothes frowned. He was extremely convinced by the young lady's words because he knew that this young lady had a mysterious origin, but she had a rare innate spirit body, the divination light body. This innate spirit body was extremely mysterious and didn't seem to have any offensive ability, but it could predict the future and calculate everything in the world. This time, he mobilized the army because of the heavenly concubine's divination. He knew that the Snake Swamp Kingdom was going to attack the Sky Fragrance ancient city, which was why he brought the army here. Everything was true. With the heavenly concubine's arrangement, they suppressed Zhang Sanshan's side without any chance to retaliate. But unexpectedly, an alien star appeared at the last moment. Who is that alien star? I calculated it, but I can't see through it. It doesn't seem to be someone from this world. This is the first time something like this has happened to the heavenly concubine. Moreover, the heavenly concubine is very curious about that person. The young girl said indifferently. She was neither haughty nor humble, and her eyes flickered with wisdom. Heavenly concubine can only say that after he appeared, the battle situation changed. If your majesty wants a great victory, then it's best if you kill this person, or else you will lose. Farewell. The young girl said one more sentence before slowly leaving. The brocade-clothed young man frowned and said, Guards, no matter what, we must know that man's background. Yes. The burly man accepted the order and left. However, the embroidered-clothed youth was still frowning. This time, we dispatched troops to break into the Tianxiang city and capture Yu Munyun alive. I didn't expect that it would be so difficult. On the other side, the young girl slowly walked back to her residence under the supervision of several people. Her beautiful eyes looked up at the moon in the sky and she frowned. I never thought that there would be such a person. I can't see through him. I'm nothing compared to him. She was also curious about that mysterious alien star. One must know that the battle in the Tianxiang city was just a small matter. In her divination, that alien star seemed to be even bigger. Perhaps it would affect an entire era. The full moon hung high in the sky, coldly sprinkling on the earth. The Tianxiang city quieted down, and the people all entered their dreams. With Zhang Sanshan's army guarding, they dared to enter their dreams with peace of mind. On top of the tall and ancient city wall, Zhang Sanshan stood quietly, looking into the distance with a worried expression. General, are you still worried about the Snake Marsh country? Beside him, under the moonlight, a slender figure was elongated. He slowly walked over with a wine pot in his hand. This person was Lin Ling. Commander Lin, you still haven't rested? Zhang Sanshan looked at Lin Ling and smiled, then shook his head. Yes, as long as the Snake Marsh country doesn't retreat, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. Drink some wine and you will be at peace. Lin Ling also smiled and threw the wine pot in his hand over. It's good to be young, free and unrestrained, unlike me. I'll only be a general my whole life. I'm getting old. Zhang Sanshan caught the wine pot, took a sip, and smiled. General, you're exaggerating. If General hadn't guarded the Tianxiang city, the people here would have been in a terrible situation. Who knows how many people would have died under the iron hooves? Lin Ling said respectfully. Now that you mention it, my old bones do feel a bit proud. However, the future still belongs to you young people. For so many years, I've observed countless people, and I have an intuition that the future changes of the Tianyun kingdom are definitely related to you. Zhang Sanshan smiled. Then he looked into the distance and sighed again. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and asked Zhang Sanshan what he was worried about. Then he learned that the Snake Marsh country was coming with a menacing force. Among them, there was a powerful military advisor who could predict the future and was familiar with infantry formations. This caused Zhang Sanshan's side to be suppressed. If not for this, with Zhang Sanshan's many years of experience, the Snake Marsh country's army would be nothing more than this. Lin Ling wasn't very familiar with infantry formations, but after thinking for a long time, he raised his head and said, General, if we kill that military advisor, the Snake Marsh country will retreat, right? Of course. Of course. Wait, Commander Lin, what do you mean? Zhang Sanshan's expression changed. He suddenly guessed Lin Ling's meaning. Lin Ling smiled faintly. I don't have much to offer, but if this battle can be decided, then I will definitely do my best to help. I will infiltrate the enemy camp and kill that military advisor. Of course not. That won't do. Infiltrating the enemy camp is dangerous. Zhang Sanshan immediately shook his head. Don't worry. Although I can't guarantee 100% success rate, if the situation changes, leaving with all my strength won't be a problem. Lin Ling smiled. Zhang Sanshan wanted to persuade him, but when he saw a wisp of determination appear in Lin Ling's eyes, he finally nodded and agreed. After that, he stood up straight and bowed heavily to Lin Ling. Commander Lin, if this mission succeeds, then you will have saved millions of people. That's a boundless merit. But I know that you don't care about that. Since that's the case, I'll be arrogant and address you as my brother. But from today onward, if you need me for anything, just say the word. My 300,000 troops are at your disposal. Commander Lin. General, you're exaggerating. Commander Lin. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He was considering heading to the enemy camp to complete the mission. Firstly, he wanted to end the war and return to Ocean of Cloud City as soon as possible. Secondly, he wanted to temper himself and improve his strength. General? Just call me Big Brother Zhang. Zhang Sanshan laughed heroically. Chapter 266. A military order, haha. Zhang Sanshan's smile deepened, and then he looked Lin Ling up and down. Your current realm is considered very strong among your peers, but you're not at the top. In terms of strength, you should be at the top. After all, not just anyone can defeat the martial scholar. However, this trip is fraught with danger. Big Brother wants to do his best to help you increase your strength. Come, show me your full strength. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes brightened. He immediately unleashed his aura and displayed the 9 Underworld Heavenly Flame and the 7 Blades Heavenly Flame. Zhang Sanshan sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood where Lin Ling's strength came from. He actually had 2 different kinds of innate spirit bodies, and he had even comprehended a great concept. Comparing oneself to others was simply too shameful. The Zhang Sanshan of the past simply couldn't compare. He was shocked and speechless. After a long time, he shook his head and said, "You're simply a freak. However, I've observed your aura. Although you've comprehended a great concept, you don't seem to be displaying the strength of your original realm." Lin Ling nodded. Although his comprehension of fire was very deep and he had comprehended a great concept, it still hadn't fused with his own realm. This meant that his great concept hadn't fused with the spiritual energy seed in his dantian. Lin Ling also deeply felt this. The great mentality is a person's perception of the world. However, it is indeed very difficult to fuse the perception with one's own realm. If the fusion is successful, then the great mentality will be perfect. "Watch me." Zhang Sanshan growled and his aura burst out. A surging battle intent spread out. Once invaded by the battle intent, one would immediately feel as if they could not fight with their full strength. So strong. Lin Ling's entire body began to tremble as he felt a dense pressure. However, his eyes were fixed on Zhang Sanshan's aura. Faintly, he seemed to have seen something. This sort of aura went from weak to strong. It was the same as his concept of fire. First, it was the ability to control fire, then the concept, then the great concept, and finally the great concept reached perfection. It was as if his eyes could see the growth process of the aura. The great concept is targeted at the innate spirit body. My innate spirit body is the innate battle spirit body, which comes from the war god mountain. As for martial arts, they are used by all martial artists. Looking at the big picture, martial arts are not as good as the great concept that one has comprehended. Zhang Sanshan said again, "Relax and sense your own spirit chi seed." Lin Ling's gaze brightened. Vaguely, he suddenly felt as if the clouds and mist had been parted to reveal the bright moon. He calmly stood there without moving, sensing the chi seed in his dantian. It seems that this little brother of mine is not only talented, but his comprehension ability is also very strong. Just one sentence from me and he has already comprehended it. Zhang Sanshan smiled faintly and left quietly without disturbing Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood there for 3 days. Everyone in the ancient sky fragrant city knew that Commander Lin Ling had entered a state of enlightenment. Zhang Sanshan did not allow anyone to disturb Lin Ling. He allowed Lin Ling to search for his own path of martial arts. 3 days later, Lin Ling walked down from the city wall. His aura was even calmer than before. If one looked carefully, he seemed to have returned to his natural state, and was no longer as fierce as before. Perfection of the concept of fire. In the past, he gave people the feeling that he was a raging flame. But now, those flames had disappeared and were hidden even deeper. The perfection of the concept of fire had increased Lin Ling's strength by another 30%. After arriving at the barracks, Lin Ling heard several voices. They seemed to be discussing something. "No, we can't enter the enemy's camp and kill their military advisor. If we succeed, then so be it. But what if we fail? Won't we be captured and tortured to find out the situation of our army?" Mo Qianji, Commander Lin, is not that kind of person. Even if he fails, he won't betray us. Hee, who knows? If you ask me, we should make a military pledge. If we fail, you will give up the position of general. The last voice was extremely cold. It silenced the entire barracks. That voice belonged to Mo Qianji. "Good, if we succeed, I will take your head as a reward for the army." At this moment, Lin Ling strode into the barracks and sneered at Mo Qianji. Mo Qianji's face instantly paled. He did not know why, but after seeing Lin Ling, he felt a sense of panic in his heart. He was not as arrogant as before. "General Mo, how is it? How about you?" Lin Ling took a step forward and released a cold aura. Mo Qianji took a step back and gritted his teeth, not daring to speak. "Trash, other than using your status to suppress others, what else can you do?" Lin Ling sneered. "Good, a military pledge it is. I will bet with you." Mo Qianji pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Although he was a little afraid of Lin Ling, he thought about it again. It was impossible for Lin Ling to complete the mission. After all, entering the enemy's camp meant facing an army of 500,000. Moreover, the enemy had a large number of experts. Taking a step back, even if Lin Ling was lucky enough to get close to the enemy's camp, did he know who the military advisor of the Snake Swamp country was? Therefore, to him, this was a sure win. Good, I will take your head. Lin Ling smiled faintly and looked at Imo Qianji as if he was looking at a dead man. Then, he walked out of the barracks. Zhang Sanshan and Tian Qianji also caught up. Both of them were a little worried. Lin Ling, this trip will be dangerous. Let's send more experts to assist you. Lin Ling shook his head. It's not good to have more people. It's more convenient to be alone. Then I will go with you. With more people, we can take care of each other. At this moment, a clear voice came from behind. Lin Ling looked back and realized that it was Yu Munyun. Not bad. Lin Ling, no matter what, you must bring someone with you. Zhang Sanshan and Tian Qianji nodded. Lin Ling smiled helplessly and looked at Yu Munyun, whose beautiful eyes were filled with stubbornness. He could only nod in agreement. At night, Lin Ling and Yu Munyun left Tianxiang City with light luggage. Under the night sky, the red Gobi Desert was even brighter. It was as if the stars could be easily touched. Lin Ling, are you confident about this trip? Yu Munyun tucked her hair behind her ears and looked into the distance with her delicate little face. She was a little nervous. Smelling the virgin fragrance beside him, Lin Ling shrugged and smiled. Let's see how it goes. If we are lucky, we should be able to find that military advisor. See how it goes? Yu Munyun couldn't help but be speechless. How could Lin Ling look so calm on such an important matter? At least she was at a loss right now. The two of them advanced along the red Gobi Desert. After a few days, they were getting closer and closer to the camp of the Snake Swamp country's army. The two of them slowed down and went around the army of 500,000. Fortunately, their cultivation wasn't weak, especially Lin Ling. His soul power was sharp and could avoid the sentries every time. They were getting closer and closer to the camp. In the camp, there were countless experts. It was obviously not suitable for the two of them to get closer. After all, if they were discovered, with their strength, they would definitely die. On top of a hill, the two of them hid and looked at the bustling camp in the distance. There are so many people and so many experts. How are we going to find that military advisor? Yu Munyun was a little worried. She waited quietly for a moment and turned to look at Lin Ling beside her. She saw that the young man was focused. Under the moonlight, his well-defined face had a touch of seriousness, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. Chapter 267. Military Advisor Heavenly Concubine. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly and looked carefully at the barracks. His soul spirit condensed, and his eyes once again saw the passing of time. Tisk, tsk. Lord Snakehair is also dead. I wonder which expert killed him. Bullshit, it was just a sneak attack. If it was a one-on-one battle, how could Lord Snakehair lose? After all, he is the 32nd ranked prodigy of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. No matter what, the other commanders of the Snake Swamp Kingdom's top 10 commanders are already prepared to take revenge for Lord Snakehair. Those commanders are all ranked over the top. The soldiers' conversation could be heard from the passing of time. Lin Ling let out a disdainful smile. He was now the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and he naturally didn't put the top 10 commanders in his eyes. It was a pity that too much time had passed in the barracks, and it was like a movie flashing in Lin Ling's eyes. Moments later, Lin Ling's soul spirit was exhausted, and he was a little fatigued. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Yu Munyun asked worriedly. Lin Ling waved his hand and said, It's nothing. I just need to rest for a while. I will be able to find that military advisor soon. Yu Manyun nodded, but she didn't really believe in Lin Ling's words. After all, there were so many people in the barracks, and it was like finding a needle in a haystack to find the military advisor in the sea of people. For the next few days, the two of them didn't move and waited quietly. During these few days, Lin Ling had been using his eyes to look at the passing of time. He still couldn't find the military advisor, but he was more familiar with the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army. This army was led by the Snake Swamp Kingdom's second prince, who had tyrannical strength and reached the rare Heaven Spirit realm. Apart from him, 8 of the top 10 commanders of the Snake Swamp Kingdom were here. Of course, this wasn't what Lin Ling was thinking about. As of now, he still didn't have any clues regarding the military advisor. A woman. On this day, Lin Ling saw a woman appear in the barracks. Originally, it was not strange for a woman to appear in the barracks, but the most important thing was that this woman was clearly different from the people of the Serpentine Swamp country. The woman was dressed in a white dress. She was not a devastatingly beautiful woman, but her appearance was very pleasing to the eye. This was especially true for her pair of eyes. They were calm and natural, and from time to time, they would flash with the light of wisdom. They were clearly different from the people of the Snake Swamp country who had thick hair and dark skin. Lin Ling also saw that the Snake Swamp Kingdom soldiers were somewhat respectful towards the woman, but they also seemed to be supervising her. Perhaps I've found the person I'm looking for. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Yu Manyun was also surprised. The two of them had been observing the barracks for the past few days, but she didn't see anything. However, Lin Ling seemed to have found a way. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. While Yu Manyun was still surprised, Lin Ling quietly left. This made Yu Manyun open her mouth. She was a little worried. Lin Ling walked down the hill and gradually approached the barracks. At this moment, he planned to sneak into the barracks. Sai, Heavenly Concubine, said something about the sudden appearance of an alien star and the change of the war situation. In my opinion, who cares if they are an alien star or not? We should kill our way into the ancient Sky Fragrance City and slaughter them all. Do you want to die? Heavenly Concubine is a military god who can predict the future. But then again, Heavenly Concubine isn't very good looking, but she has a unique temperament. TSK, that small willowy waist is like a small water snake. Holding that willowy waist and doing that thing while listening to Heavenly Concubine's moans, the taste is endless. Don't even think about it. Heavenly Concubine's origin is mysterious. She is someone that even the general doesn't dare to touch. However, after hearing what you said, I feel a little anxious. Okay, I'm going to patrol. In a corner of the barracks, 2 sentries were chatting. After that, one of them left with a lewd smile. He walked forward and came to the side of a huge rock. Then, he started to urinate. At the same time, his mind was thinking about Heavenly Concubine's sexy willowy waist. Who is it? Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. His gaze froze. When he turned around, he saw an unfamiliar young man behind him. His handsome face had a cold smile. I heard that snakes are naturally lustful. The people of the Snake Swamp country are no exception. After that young man faintly smiled, he gently waved his right hand. A wisp of blue flame flew out. Boom! That person didn't even have time to cry out in pain before he was burned to ashes. Moreover, the blue flame was extremely mysterious. It only burned the person, but his clothes were unharmed. After the young man put on his clothes, he smiled and walked toward the barracks. At the same time, he muttered to himself, Heavenly Concubine? He was Lin Ling. Now, he had a target. As long as he knew his target, it wouldn't be difficult to find the military advisor. Using the eye of time and paying attention to the barracks, he would be able to see which barracks the Heavenly Concubine was in. Not long after, Lin Ling's gaze locked onto one of the barracks. At this moment, within that barracks, a faint fragrance floated. Behind a curtain, a young girl's naked body was slowly bathing. Her skin was as white as milk. As the water droplets flowed, they emitted a strange light. However, the young girl's eyes flickered as if she was thinking about something. I have the innate talent of the divine light body. As it awakens, my innate talent will continue to grow stronger. I can sense the heavens and earth. I can also vaguely see a person's future. However, it's really strange. I have no clue about that alien star. I can't divine it at all. The young girl muttered to herself. At this moment, the curtain was opened and a figure slowly walked in. You must be the military advisor of the Snake Swamp country. The person who came was Lin Ling. After knowing the whereabouts of the military advisor, it wasn't difficult for him to come in. However, what surprised him was that the military advisor was actually a young girl in the prime of her youth. Moreover, she was currently bathing. What appeared in front of him was a delicate young girl. The young girl's upper body was bare. Although her twin peaks weren't considered magnificent, they were still slightly contoured. Her twin peaks were like pink flower buds, and the most attractive thing was her slender waist. At this moment, there were water droplets on it. It was indescribably alluring. Two slender white legs were pressed together. Her white jade-like feet seemed to be surprised by Lin Ling's appearance. As a result, she didn't act rashly for a moment. This? Lin Ling's eyes widened. He felt helpless in his heart. However, when he thought of the purpose of his visit, he resisted the urge to look at the young girl's body. His sword reached out and landed on the young girl's neck. I've been ordered to kill the military advisor. Please forgive me. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. However, what surprised him was that after the initial shock, the young girl quickly calmed down. Her beautiful eyes emitted a wise light. She didn't cry out or panic. This girl was too calm. Lin Ling was secretly alarmed. Give me the clothes. The young girl didn't seem to be alarmed by the collapse of the heavens. Her voice was as clear as a bell, but it carried a touch of coldness. It was as if she didn't know that she was in danger. Lin Ling quietly looked at her. He suddenly felt helpless. If this military advisor was a murderous person, he definitely wouldn't have shown mercy. However, this was only a young girl around his age. He really couldn't bring himself to do it. Chapter 268. Chapter 268. Successful hijacking. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This woman's intelligence was really high. In such a short period of time, she had already found a way to deal with it. He pondered for a moment. Then, he didn't have time to take any clothes, so he casually picked up a curtain and threw it over. If you're plotting something, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Then, he left the camp with the girl. As the two of them moved forward, Lin Ling maintained his vigilance. But what surprised him was that the girl remained calm and cooperative, as if her original intention was to leave the Snake Swamp country. Therefore, rather than saying that Lin Ling kidnapped her and left, it would be more accurate to say that it was the young girl who took Lin Ling away. Moreover, this young girl was too familiar with the deployment of troops in the military camp. As a military advisor, if you are not familiar with your own army, you are not qualified to call yourself a military advisor. The woman seemed to know the shock in Lin Ling's heart, and her words were filled with contempt. Your intelligence is very high, the highest I've ever seen, but I hope you don't play any tricks. Lin Ling said coldly. This woman's intelligence was high, but fortunately, her strength was not strong. The woman didn't say anything else. The two of them continued forward, bypassing one sentry after another. Finally, the woman said, "We have to force our way out. Moreover, there are people patrolling my camp every hour. My disappearance will soon be discovered." You mean to say that we have to force our way through the last checkpoint? Lin Ling asked as he looked ahead. The woman was stunned for a moment before nodding her head. She seemed a little surprised that this young man was smarter than she had imagined. However, this young man was also extraordinarily courageous. He dared to invade the military camp alone and even succeeded in kidnapping her. While she was still in shock, Lin Ling took a big step forward and arrived in front of the young girl. His big hands grabbed the young girl's slender jade legs and carried her on his back. "Ah, you." "Yes." Although the young girl was wise and calm, she was still frightened by Lin Ling's actions. Especially when her slender jade-like legs were held by his warm hands, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. "Since we're going to force our way out, I'll naturally have to carry you on my back. Or are you going to carry me on your back?" Lin Ling said indifferently. Without waiting for the girl to say anything else, his aura erupted as he forced his way through the final checkpoint. There were hundreds of soldiers guarding the checkpoint. When they saw a young man forcing his way through, they were all shocked. "Who are you? Stop right there, or we'll attack," one of the barracks leaders shouted. Whoosh! Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He didn't say a single word. He stretched out his right hand and a blue flame appeared. He threw it forward. Boom! The blue flame was like a bomb. After it landed, it exploded into a huge blue flame, turning the empty space in front of it into a sea of fire. Lin Ling's body passed through it. This young man is so strong. The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes widened. She didn't think that the checkpoint wouldn't be able to stop Lin Ling. However, she still coldly said, "Although you want to force your way out, aren't you being too flamboyant? The entire camp has been shaken by you. It's getting closer and closer to the 1-hour limit. Your disappearance will soon be discovered by the camp. Since that's the case, why keep a low profile?" Lin Ling indifferently replied. His hands that were hugging the heavenly concubine's slender jade legs suddenly exerted force. Her perky buttocks were also gripped until they deformed. "As a captive, aren't you talking too much? You! The heavenly concubine's beautiful face turned red. This fellow actually patted her there. If it wasn't for the fact that they were escaping, she would have killed this bold bastard. She only had a curtain draped over her body. Therefore, she could clearly feel the temperature of Lin Ling's hand. That feeling was like the young man using his hand to caress her. What made her the most speechless was that when her legs were separated, that place was constantly rubbing against the young man's back. It actually made her entire body feel weak. And the young man didn't have the slightest bit of protective feelings for the fairer sex. He was extremely rough. Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He felt that he was already very merciful by not killing this young girl. He madly ran all the way. The barracks behind him were already in chaos. Clearly, someone had discovered that the heavenly concubine was missing. "Meng Yun, quick, retreat!" Lin Ling shouted when he arrived at the hill where they had agreed to meet. Yuman Yun was still waiting for Lin Ling. When she heard the sound, she hurriedly ran towards Lin Ling. Then, the two retreated together. However, Yuman Yun looked at the heavenly concubine in disbelief. "Lin Ling, this girl? Military advisor. Although I didn't kill her, I still managed to kidnap her. This can be considered as completing the mission," Lin Ling said with a smile. Yuman Yun also nodded happily. However, while running, she clearly saw that the young girl with a cold face didn't seem to be wearing any clothes. She was only wearing a curtain. "There's no other way. The matter is urgent. I can't let her slowly put on her clothes before kidnapping her." Lin Ling smiled helplessly. However, although he said that, he felt bitter in his heart. The young girl on his back was naked. He could clearly feel that the two soft lumps were pressed to the point that they were deformed. It was as if the elastic softness was slowly massaging his back. This caused his lower abdomen to heat up. As for the heavenly concubine, her current mood wasn't much better than Lin Ling's. Her beautiful face was already flushed red. Although she was very intelligent, she was still a young girl. How could she endure such contact? She even felt that her entire body was powerless. She had already turned into water. This damned little bastard. Bang! At this moment, in the barracks, a young man smashed his wine cup on the ground. Kill all the sentries on duty. Men, chase after the heavenly concubine. Mobilize an army of 500,000. We must capture the heavenly concubine. Yes. In front of the young man, a group of commanders received the order. The young man's expression was extremely ugly. His hair stood on end. Who was it that kidnapped the heavenly concubine? They really have guts. They dared to invade my barracks alone. However, since they have come, they might as well stay. The entire barracks surged. A large number of soldiers were dispatched to chase after Lin Ling, and the other two madly ran. However, behind them, killing intense sword. Dust filled the sky. Countless soldiers were chasing after them. Since coming to this world, this is the first time I've been chased by so many people. Sensing the army behind them, Lin Ling helplessly shook his head and smiled. What kind of situation is it now? You can still smile. I really don't understand you. The heavenly concubine was stunned for a moment and said helplessly. She believed that she would remain calm even if the sky collapsed. However, she didn't expect that among the same age group in the cloud domain, there was also such a freak. Meng Yun, take the military advisor and leave. I will stop them. Lin Ling lightly said. He knew that if this continued, they would be caught up sooner or later. But how can you stop the enemy's army by yourself? Yu Man Yun's beautiful face changed. Naturally, I can't stop them. However, I can buy you some time. Quick, do as I say. At the same time, inform the general's army to come and greet us. Lin Ling indifferently said. Yu Man Yun gritted her teeth and finally nodded. After receiving the heavenly concubine, she carried her and madly ran. The heavenly concubine looked at the young man who was left alone. Her beautiful eyes constantly flickered. She lightly said, I'm not from the snake swamp country. I was just kidnapped. I also want to escape. However, can you leave him alone? Chapter 269. The great army approaches. The heavenly concubine's eyes lit up when she heard this. She turned her head to look at the lonely figure that was moving further and further away. Ripples suddenly appeared in her heart, but she was still deeply worried. That young man had saved her, and in order for her to leave safely, he had fought alone. Bam bam bam. The sound of iron hooves thundered from the distance. Looking closely, it was densely packed with people. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's army was riding their unique monster beasts and was furiously sweeping over. There were lizards, snakes, and crocodiles among the monster beasts, and a murderous aura surged forth. The soldiers were tall and burly, their long hair fluttering in the wind, and they were fierce and fierce. The wind blew in from the distance, causing the red earth to become even more restless. Lin Ling held his long sword at a slanted angle. His eyes were ice-cold as he looked to the front. Wind whistled over, causing his long hair to flutter. In front of him, a ferocious large army was galloping over. It was enough to cause anyone to tremble in fear. However, at this moment, not only was he not afraid, he even felt a heroic feeling. Fine wine glows in the moonlight, the lute urges me to drink. Don't laugh while lying drunk on the battlefield. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from a campaign? In the previous world, I, Lin Ling, was just an ordinary person. But in this world, I, Lin Ling, am fated to face a magnificent army. Come, let the battle be even more intense. The sword pointed forward. Lin Ling's blood began to boil. Rumble. The earth shook in front of him as 10,000 horses galloped. You are not allowed to pass through here. Lin Ling reached out his left hand and blue flames appeared. They burned wildly, as if he was holding an apocalyptic spark in his hand. Second generation fire art, 8,000 blazing flames. After reaching the Earth Spirit realm, the second generation fire art was even more powerful, especially after the great perfection of the concept of fire. This allowed Lin Ling to have the power to set a prairie ablaze with a single spark of fire. Wham! Lin Ling threw out the blue flames like a blue firefly. However, when they landed on the ground, a destructive aura exploded and the earth was set ablaze by the blue flames, turning it into a sea of fire. The surging army in front of him had been stopped by the fire. Although the army of 10 million was imposing, Lin Ling's fire was even fiercer. Looking from afar, Lin Ling's body was surrounded by a sea of blue flames. He was holding a long sword at an angle, as if he had just walked out from underground lava. He seemed to be the first infernal god. How terrifying! Who is this person? The Serpentine Swamp Country's army was shocked. Why isn't the army advancing? In the distance, the second prince of the Serpent Swamp Kingdom rode on a two-headed snake. He looked into the distance and gave off a baleful aura. General, the road ahead is blocked by fire. A martial artist from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom is blocking the road. A soldier reported. Good, one person dares to stop my Snake Swamp Country's surging army. Pass down the order, send 10 great commanders to kill him. The Snake Swamp Country's second prince coldly said. The other party dared to block the army by himself. This matter would definitely affect the morale of the army. Therefore, he had to have the experts of the Snake Swamp Country suppress the other party. Rumble. The army stopped, and 10,000 people stared at Lin Ling. Among them, 7 figures rode on huge demonic beasts and slowly walked out. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom still has some brave warriors. He is able to stop the army by himself. However, it is truly a pity for him to die at such a young age. Shi Jin, stop the nonsense. Quickly kill that youth. His Majesty said that we cannot allow that youth to affect the army's morale. The 7 of them looked down with arrogance and looked at Lin Ling from afar. One of them, a man whose body was embroidered with tattoos, walked out and was holding an axe in a slanted manner. Early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. Interesting. Kid, I, Shi Jin, will challenge you. I am ranked 7th among the 10 great commanders of the Snake Swamp Kingdom and 28th among the prodigies. As for you, I am too lazy to ask for your name. If you kneel down, you might still have a chance to live. The man's steps were steady but had a strange trajectory. Every step caused the ground to tremble. Shi Jin, Shi Jin. The army at the back let out deafening cheers. Previously, they were intimidated by Lin Ling alone, and the army stopped. Then, the general gave the order to kill the person who was blocking the way, or else the army's morale would be shaken. Now, the 10 great commanders had stepped out. Each of them was a mid-stage Earth Spirit Realm expert, and one of them was even at the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. That youth was only at the early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm and was no match for them. For a moment, the army's morale was raised by a lot. The Snake Swamp Kingdom was proud and wouldn't allow anyone's pride to be above their heads. Right at this moment, a low voice came from the front, flaming sky cross slash. Swish. The dazzling sword light seemed to come from the horizon and turned into a cross. When it passed by Lord Shi Jin, it instantly sliced him into 4 pieces. Silence. The surroundings were completely silent. Shi Jin, one of the 10 great commanders, was killed in a single move. What was going on? The 10 great commanders are only so-so. From afar, Lin Ling walked out step by step, holding his long sword diagonally. His cold face made everyone stop breathing. Who was this youth? He was so strong. You have some skill to be able to kill Commander Shi Jin. You're barely worthy of my attention, but that's all there is to it. I, Shi Yuan, will take you on. Another commander stepped out. This person had long green hair and a thin and slender body, giving off a sinister vibe. However, he was quite famous in the Snake Swamp Kingdom. His strange martial arts had intimidated the entire Snake Swamp Kingdom. Are the people of the Snake Swamp Kingdom all so confident? I don't think so. Lin Ling's face was indifferent as he spoke without fear. The 10 great commanders? The experts of the Snake Swamp Kingdom who had entered the genius rankings? What was the use of that? Even if he was the number 1 genius of the Snake Swamp Kingdom, he wasn't afraid. Kid, you'll regret this. I'll let you see my qualifications to be ranked among the top 20 geniuses. Dark snake body. That commander yelled out coldly. His body twisted strangely and emitted a mysterious aura presence. In the next moment, he actually turned into a giant creature that was half human and half snake. This creature was almost 30 meters tall and had a black snake body. Its upper body was humanoid like a demonic beast, and its mouth had become extremely big. Its fangs were chilling as though it was going to devour Lin Ling. Shi Yuan actually burst out with full strength when facing a small martial artist from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Kiki, he is still as cautious as before. The remaining commanders laughed indifferently. They might have lost a commander earlier, but they didn't mind. After all, the commander position of the Snake Swamp Kingdom had always been decided through competition and could be changed at any moment. Commander Shi Jin from before obviously didn't live up to his reputation. Shi Yuan was someone who had been famous in the Snake Swamp Kingdom for a long time. His strength was above countless middle-stage Earth Spirit Realm experts. Kid, do you feel flustered after seeing my true body? Shi Yuan's voice became sharp, which sent chills down everyone's spine. What a strange innate astral body. But is there any use for it to grow bigger? Lin Ling let out a disdainful laugh as he gripped the sword tightly. On the sword blade, the battle flames were surging, and the blue flames looked as though it was going to incinerate this entire place. Earthfire slash. He gripped the sword with both hands and slashed at the ground. This was a martial art that Lin Ling picked out from the large number of mystic-ranked martial arts that he had learned. With his current realm and comprehension, mystic-ranked martial arts weren't difficult at all. He had even touched the threshold of earth-ranked martial arts. Chapter 270. My fire is not that easy to swallow. Rumble. It was as if a volcano had erupted from the ground, and layers of flames surged towards Snake Yuan. What a scorching fire. This young man's control over fire is so strong. Sensing the layers of flames approaching, the Snake Swamp Country's army was shocked. Petty tricks. Watch me swallow your fire. Snake Yuan opened his huge mouth as if he was going to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Those flames that surged over were all absorbed by him, shocking everyone. There was a moment of silence on the red desert. A few moments later, the army of the Ophidian Swamp Kingdom let out heaven-shaking cheers. Their commander had actually swallowed the enemy's flames. The innate spirit body was simply capable of swallowing anything. Commander Snake Yuan. Cheers rang out crazily. The remaining commanders smiled faintly and said, "This Snake Yuan really likes to attack people. If he swallows the enemy's attack, then the enemy will probably lose their will to fight." They felt that Commander Shi Yuan had raised the morale of the army by a huge margin. Brat, I've swallowed countless flames, swallowed countless martial artists, but your flames aren't tasty enough. Snake Yuan said coldly as his huge body swam. Smoke was coming out of his nose and mouth, as if he was mocking Lin Ling's attack. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. His silence made the Snake Swamp Country's army laugh arrogantly. However, Lin Ling suddenly said coldly, "My fire isn't that easy to swallow." How could his fire be ordinary? That was a 6th grade innate spiritual body. The greatest characteristic of his 9 underworld's heavenly flames was that it was explosive. Explode. A low and deep voice sounded, as if it was the sound of a death sentence. Not good. Snake Yuan, be careful. One of the commanders was relatively stronger, and he immediately sensed a trace of unease. Snake Yuan turned around with a look of confusion in his eyes. He still didn't understand what was going on. Bang bang bang. But at this time, a deep sound like a cowhide drum sounded out. Snake Yuan's massive body began to twist and his complexion became fierce. Everyone could hear that the deep sound actually came from within Snake Yuan's body. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, Snake Yuan's body continued to expand, as if something was about to erupt. No. Snake Yuan let out the last sound of his life. Boom. It was as if a bomb had been ignited in his body. Blue flames erupted and burst out of his body, blasting the Snake Yuan into pieces. He died on the spot. What kind of flame is that? Could it be that it's still burning after being swallowed? Everyone watched this scene with fear and trepidation. They didn't know the 9 underworld's heavenly flame's special characteristic at all, explode. Snake Yuan thought that after swallowing Lin Ling's flames, Lin Ling's methods would be suppressed. He didn't know that sometimes, fire wasn't as simple as just burning. It also had the ability to explode. Sometimes, the explosion was even more terrifying than burning. My fire is not that easy to swallow. Everyone in the distance suddenly thought of that sentence. Right now, they could clearly feel that this fire was indeed not easy to swallow. Who was that young man? With just the strength of the initial stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, he was able to kill 2 commanders in the blink of an eye. With such strength, he shouldn't be a nobody in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. How dare you? How dare you kill 2 of our commanders? You will die for sure. Who are you? The remaining commanders all shouted angrily. These words are too useless. Hearing those words, Lin Ling sneered. It seemed that in the eyes of these commanders, it was a great reward for him to kill 1 commander. It was absolutely impossible for him to kill 2 of them. Once he did it, the commanders would fly into a rage out of humiliation and kill him. What a joke. Both sides were enemies. Would they let him go if he didn't kill those commanders? Don't say anything unnecessary. Since you asked who I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling pointed the sword in his hand at the remaining commanders. Next, come at me together. Silence. The entire Red Gobi Desert was in silence. That young man actually challenged the remaining commanders in one go. Was he crazy? Defeating 2 commanders has inflated your confidence. The remaining commanders were rather infuriated and felt as though they were belittled by the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's martial artists. Putting aside the fact that they were stronger than the previous commanders, they had more men than Lin Ling. How could that youth be so prideful as to say such words? Lin Ling? The Heaven Mystics Kingdom's prodigies. I have heard of the literature number 1's Wu Xiaoshu, the rising rookie Yi Tianchen, and the martial number 1 Wu Gang. I know all the experts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but I have never heard of Lin Ling. One of the commanders spoke with a deep voice that was filled with disdain. Of course, he had never heard of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's rise was very short, and he was like a dazzling star. During that time, they had already arrived at the Sky Fragrance Ancient City's battlefield. That is because you are ignorant and inexperienced. Lin Ling shook his head. All the prodigies that these commanders mentioned had all lost to him. Hence, he couldn't be bothered to say anything else. You dare to challenge all of our commanders by yourself? Since that is the case, we shall fulfill your wish. It is a pity that those who died in this commander's hands are not nameless people. You are the first, and you have broken the record. The commanders had extremely cold expressions. Right now, they had to quickly kill Lin Ling and raise the army's morale, allowing the army to advance bravely. Once this young man died, capturing the heavenly concubine would be as easy as flipping their hands. Kill. 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 At the back of the army camp, a murderous voice echoed. All the soldiers wanted the commander to kill that young man. Try that move. Ignoring the clamor and the surroundings, Lin Ling closed his eyes slightly. At the same time, the flames in his body flared up. Flames appeared on his back and constantly spat out. I don't know much about Earth-tier martial arts, but I have the most solid foundation for Mystic-tier martial arts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. I also have the most knowledge. Furthermore, my fire concept has already reached the perfection stage. It should be time to comprehend my own Earth-tier martial art. Previously, I tried to fuse the 9 nether heaven flames with the 7 blades heavenly fire, but it wasn't perfect. This time, I will definitely succeed. With his eyes still closed, Lin Ling's mind was filled with images of the birth and fall of flames. There were the 9 nether heaven flames and the 7 blades heavenly fire. Gradually, these 2 types of flames fused together. He was comprehending a martial art that belonged to him, which was a first-generation flame art. Time seemed to be slow, but in fact, it was just 3 breaths of time. The flames on Lin Ling's body were getting more and more vigorous. The flames were enveloping him and seemed to be burning him. What kind of martial art is that? Spontaneous combustion? Playing with fire and getting burned. This phrase describes that young man perfectly. He was burned to nothing. From a distance, the majestic army was discussing. In their eyes, Lin Ling was being burned by the flames and was gradually being burned to nothing. There was only a giant blue-white flame left on the spot. Many people started to mock. Chapter 271. 1 man and 1 sword, fighting Heaven's Edge. The commanders frowned. Unlike the army behind them, they were more knowledgeable and could clearly sense the destructive aura emanating from the burning flames in front of them. That kind of fire didn't seem like it should exist in this world. Not good, attack. One of the commanders shouted with a grave expression. Myriad Snake Forest. Night of Eternal Poison. The other commanders grew more and more uneasy as they all executed the strongest martial arts of the Ophidian Kingdom. Some had long hair that grew wildly and transformed into enormous snakes, while others emitted a mist that spread out like dark clouds. Those were poisonous clouds. It was obvious that their innate spirit bodies weren't weak, as they could become the top geniuses of the Ophidian Kingdom. At this moment, the wisp of fire on Lin Ling's side gradually shrank to the size of a palm. Then, a figure formed from the fire slowly appeared. What, he's born from fire? The army cried out in shock. Test its power, first-generation fire art, heavenly fire prairie. Under everyone's gaze, the youth raised his right hand high. A wisp of blue and white flames danced on his palm. The youth then raised his hand lightly and pointed forward. The wisp of flame floated out. Boom! The moment the flame touched the ground, a forbidden power erupted. Heavenly fire prairie. Not good. Shit. The expressions of several commanders changed drastically as they could only see layers upon layers of a sea of fire spreading towards them. The entire ground was covered in fire, and unless they were experts of the sky spirit realm and had the ability to fly, they wouldn't be able to avoid the fire at all. What kind of fire is this? Shit. One of the commanders' long hair transformed into enormous snakes, but they were all burned by the fire. The fire seemed to have a spirit of its own as it spread along his hair. Such power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Shit. The remaining commanders were also engulfed by the fire. As for the army behind them, they were all silent and shocked, speechless. They then realized that the sea of fire was spreading over, as if it wanted to burn the entire Red Gobi Desert. Retreat. Shit. The army fell into chaos as large numbers of soldiers were burned to death. Pfft. Lin Ling's face paled as he looked at the flames that soared into the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he'd used his self-created first-generation fire art. He obviously hadn't controlled it well, causing his aura to ripple and his blood to surge. However, that martial art was very powerful. In a single move, everything was incinerated. Whoosh! Without staying any longer, Lin Ling turned around and ran away. At the same time, he swallowed a large number of pills. Although the first-generation flame technique was powerful, it had exhausted all of his spiritual energy. If someone were to launch a sneak attack at this moment, he would be in grave danger. As for the 10 commanders of the Ophidian Swamp Country, he guessed that they had all been annihilated. Although those commanders had great reputations and were strong, Lin Ling could even defeat the martial scholar, so he naturally didn't place them in his eyes. My realm is about to break through. At the same time, Lin Ling was secretly delighted. Previously, when he had killed several commanders, the flames had transformed into formless hands that absorbed the spirit chi seeds of those commanders, allowing Lin Ling to break through to the next realm. Behind Lin Ling was the world of fire, and the army was in chaos. What? The commanders all died in battle? The second prince of the Ophidian Swamp Country had been paying attention to the battlefield. When he heard the news, he was shocked. The 10 commanders were the elite prodigies of the Ophidian Swamp Country. He originally guessed that any one of the commanders could easily kill that youth, but he didn't expect things to be so troublesome. Who is that youth? The second prince spoke coldly. Subsequently, a guard spoke respectfully, which caused his eyes to narrow. Lin Ling? Who exactly is he? He actually defeated multiple middle-stage Earth Spirit Realm experts with just the strength of the early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm, and even the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. With such talent, it is impossible for him to be unknown. Lin Ling? Wait, Your Majesty. Not long ago, there was news from the Cloud Sea City that the martial scholar, Wu Gang, was defeated by Lin Ling. A slightly older veteran exclaimed. Defeated the martial scholar? That is the number 1 prodigy of the Cloud Sea City. The second prince's eyes narrowed. His voice wasn't soft, and many people heard it. All of them had a drastic change in expression as they didn't expect that the youth who barged into the military camp alone was actually the number 1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Many of them suddenly let out a bitter smile. Not long ago, their commanders were still disdaining that youth's unknown prodigy and even mocking him with the title of the martial scholar and the martial scholar. However, all of this was extremely ironic. The martial scholar that the commanders were talking about had already been defeated by that youth. The commanders were also completely wiped out because of their underestimation. Kill. We must not allow him to escape back to the Sky Fragrance Ancient City. Otherwise, what face would our Ophidian Swamp Country have? The second prince's expression turned even colder as he waved his hand. Kill. An army of 500,000 soldiers had a massive presence. In the beginning, the second prince wanted to display the military prowess of the Ophidian Swamp Country and raise the morale of the soldiers. Hence, he asked the commanders to kill Lin Ling. But now, everyone knew that Lin Ling was a terrifying existence. Even if it was shameless and disdained, they had to bully him with numbers and kill Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled as the 500,000 soldiers pressed forward. The so-called pride of the Ophidian Swamp Country is nothing more than this. After losing, you still use shameless methods. Lin Ling madly ran. As he felt the earth tremble behind him, his lips curved into a disdainful smile. However, after delaying for so long, the military advisor should be out of danger. If so, then his mission would be completed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The army was getting closer and closer. Lin Ling also stopped and coldly looked ahead. He was only a threshold away from breaking through. Since the other party was chasing him, then he might as well use this chance to break through. Kill. Cold winds howled as tens of thousands of horses galloped across the red desert. With 1 sword and 1 man, he battled the world alone. Today, I will start a massacre. Lin Ling's voice became even colder. The other party was the Ophidian Swamp Country's army that had committed all sorts of crimes. If they were to break through the Sky Fragrance Ancient City, then it would lead to a calamity and countless commoners would die under their iron hooves. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't feel any guilt when he killed. Although he wasn't a saint, he wouldn't refuse to take action if he could save the commoners with a raise of his hand. Swoosh! With a slash of his sword, blood flowed like a river. A large number of soldiers and their mounts were about to die. Kill. Even if the 500,000 soldiers are buried, we must trample Lin Ling under our iron hooves. Otherwise, what dignity does the Ophidian swamp country have left? A majestic voice came from the army. Under this heaven and earth, it turned into an azure blood pool. While Lin Ling was delaying for time, Yumun had already brought the heavenly concubine back to the sky fragrance ancient city. At this moment, Zhang Sanshan also brought the army to support them. What? The military advisor was captured? After knowing everything, Zhang Sanshan's body trembled. The two of them entered the enemy camp of 500,000 soldiers and captured the military advisor. This was undoubtedly like plucking the fur from a tiger's mouth. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.